Hope you are having a good day, morning, evening, whatever time it is. And today, we get to do some puzzles. So that will be exciting. We get to start with this puzzle by dumediat. Do I have any announcements beforehand? Let us see. There is the setting competition. Tristan, are all the details of the setting competition set up in the channel with their own sort of like place thread for submissions and that kind of thing? You can see some people asking for testing for it floating around in the floating around. Well, they will soon be. I think I can say with some confidence. All the information about the current setting competition. So Tristan promises it will be there by the end of stream. So the short version is that I'm looking for puzzles that vary slightly the rules of Sudoku in some way. So letting you repeat a digit or omit digits or whatever variation thereof you would like, preferably in a new way. But if you have an old way of doing it that you like, I am happy with that as well. I think I'm going to have a puzzle out, hopefully, and not too long. I have been working for quite a while on this between lines 10 lines puzzle that I think I might finally be sort of cracking. We'll see. Anyway, look forward. I'll hopefully on Friday, fingers crossed, hopefully on Friday I'll be able to tell you that the puzzle is out. We will see. Let's see, what else? I don't think I have any other announcements. So that means I think we should go on to this puzzle. So we start each stream, or I start each stream, with the puzzle with the most votes in the bucket from supporters. So the people who support at the windmill level or above, they get to see the list of puzzles that I'm considering doing, and whichever one gets the most votes, I like to start stream with that one. So for this one, yeah, this is a row column labels off puzzle for sure. So for this one, the supporters who voted for it are Nordy, the Cogito, Luda, Nell, Russ, Math Pesto, David, and DDX. So thank you very much to everyone for your support. I am told we have a row 4, column 8 bet tree. So we get to start here. And always, if you want to support the stream, the easiest way to do that is to click the join button down below, where you can support the stream. It is greatly appreciated. Also, if you want to do something lower effort, hitting the like button on the stream is greatly appreciated because it makes the YouTube algorithm happy. And the YouTube algorithm is finicky. So it is always appreciated when you help. And I can assure you all content creators greatly appreciate it because of how big of a difference it makes to the almighty algorithm. Alrighty, so let's go over the rules here. So we have normal Sudoku rules in this 9x9 grid on the inside. We've got sort of room on the outside to enter stuff, but we've got this. And then we have remote sums. A digit X in a cage points to a second digit Y located X cells away, vertically or horizontally. The number in the top left corner indicates the sum X plus Y. Digits in a cage. Okay, so let me try and figure this out. So this is saying that if this is a 4, then one of these, 1, 2, 3, 4, either that's a 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, that's a 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, that's a 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, that's a 5. So it's saying in one of the directions only, there is a digit that adds to 9 that many cells away, if I read that correctly. Have I read this correctly for what this remote sums thing means? At least one. So yeah, so it could be that, well, it can't be, I guess it could in this case be that all 4 of these are 5s, but at least one of them has to be a 5. Alrighty. And that does include even unclude cells on the outside, dumediat? Because dumediat was saying for the solution code that it doesn't work if you put in unclude cells on the outside, but it could be that the clue that clues an outside clue is one of these cages. Is that true? Or am I only allowed to use a 5 here if that is 5? Okay, that is true. Okay, good. Okay. Then we have numbered rooms clues. So this is one of those sort of weirdo indexing things. So if this is a 7, then this is telling you where the 7 goes in the Sudoku grid. And so, for example, if this is a 3, then, oh no, is the stream buffering again? Tristan, help! If this is a 3, it's telling me that the 7 is 3 spaces in here like that. If this is a 4, it would be saying the 7 was 4 spaces in, and so on like that. So note it's always from the side. So if these are both 7, for instance, then that would be saying that if this was a 3, then it would be saying the 7 is there, but then that would be saying that this is a 7, because the 7 would have to go 7 spots away from the 7. You might notice that's a problem, but I'll leave that for another day. But anyway, that's how numbered rooms clues work. And then region sum lines have the same sum in each region they pass through, and the gray area is one region. So these two cells have the same sum as that cell, for example. And so this could be a 9 with a 4 and a 5, for example. That would work because 9 is 4 plus 5. If you're asking why it's not just an arrow, the reason why it's not just an arrow is because it's saying these two cells have the same sum as these two cells, and that's not something an arrow could do. But that might be the only one in the grid that couldn't just be an arrow. I think that's the only one in the grid that couldn't just be an arrow. Alrighty. So with that, I believe we have gone over all the rules. And so we need to start with this cell, which is part of a 2-cell sum. It's part of a 2-cell sum to 16. So the ways to do a 2-cell sum to 16 is 7, 9, or 8, 8. And I wanted to see if 8, 8 was possible, because it would be normally in this grid, but I think just mathematically, I don't think 8, 8 is possible, because that would be the 8th cell in this direction, and the 8th cell in this direction is off the grid. So it is actually 7 or 9. And now the 7th cell would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That would be the 7th cell. So if this is a 7, that cell's a 9. And if this is a 9, that cell's a 7. All right. Okay, so I want to fill that in because that doesn't look right to me. If that's a 9, that's a 7. Oh, maybe that's okay. No, I think that's okay. Never mind. I think that's fine. So I know that this is a 7 or a 9, but that is... I think that is all that I am going to get for freeze there. This number is part of a sum to oh, is this a collab between dumediat and Belsita, and it just doesn't tell me that? If so, apologies for not attributing Belsita for this puzzle. So if this is a 1, that's a 1. Oh, dumediat said it for Belsita. Okay. Well, happy, I'm sure, very late birthday, Belsita. So, like, because of numbered room shenanigans, if this is a 1, that has to be a 1. But I don't think that immediately causes any sort of issue. It was 2 months ago, yeah, not too surprising. Maybe I should ask what this could be. Is the version where this is a 9 and that's a 7. I'm still indexing. Oh yeah, I'm indexing 2 digits that sum to 9. Oh, okay. So it is actually true. If this is a 9, That's a 7. And now, oh no, I'm indexing that number. So these two numbers would be the same. I think that's still okay. As far as I'm concerned. These numbers are 6, 7, 8, 9, just because it's a sum of 3 digits along an arrow. For whatever that is worth. This 13 has to be at least 4. Let's see. And it could be as big as 9, because a 9 would just place something there. I think that's okay. It would place a 4 there, and unfortunately a 4 there is fine, because it could be 4, 4 as a sum. These are certainly at most 6 each. And contain a 1 unless these are 2, 3, 4 exactly. Yeah, to this digit is going at least... Oh, well, here's the thing. This digit and this digit are the same digit. And so this digit can't be indexed into these cells because it would repeat yellow in the box. So this is never a 4, 5, or a 6. There we go. Okay, we have an actual deduction in the puzzle. So there is a deduction. Oh, and I see 99% sneaky also saw that. So yellow is in one of these cells over here for whatever that is worth. So this cell... Okay, and then this cell does not add to 13 with yellow unless yellow is 9 or some such nonsense, because this cell is referencing a different cell than this, because these two have an off by 1 error between them. So, for example, if... let me just fill this in just to show what this actually looks like. For example, if this is a 7... Oh, that could still be a 6. Okay, let's do if this is an 8. If this is an 8, it means that's a 5. But it also means that's yellow, is how that would work out. And that's all fine. Yellow is over here, Trevor, because yellow is in this box. So this needed to be at least 4 just to be a part of a 2-cell sum to 13, and I couldn't repeat it in the box, so it had to go over here. It seems very easy for yellow to go on this sum line to me. I guess I do know this number's not a 9. So if yellow is 9 or 8, it can't go on here, because this number is at most 8. Can I actually say this number's at most 7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, this number's just at most 8. I don't think it's not an 8 because it can index outside the grid, Paulfly. And that would be 8 if I counted correctly. And that is 8 away. But yeah, so if yellow is 9, that doesn't work. Because if yellow is 9, and I was seeing this as I was going through this whole bit. Yeah, so if yellow is 9, then that means that the 9 has to go there, but that means that digit's also a 9, because I can't have 9 be part of a 2-cell sum to 9. So yellow's not 9, which means there is a 1 involved in this sum and no 6 involved in it. So that is all okay. So I'm being told that makes row 1, column 4 a 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right, because if this was a 7, that had to be 9, and that doesn't work. So this is now 9. I agree with that assessment. And so we get to do our 9 dance. Boop, 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 Woohoo! Badoop badoop waha! Badoop badoop waha! Badoop 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 waha! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So that's a 9 and that's a 7. So we've got all of that. So these two do indeed sum to something, something, something. But I don't think that's interesting yet. Okay, so in the version where yellow is 8, the 8 goes here, and that's a 9. And that does something, possibly. Not quite sure what, though. If this is a 9, then that's a 4, but that's totally okay. If this is a 7, that's a 2. Otherwise, it's not a 2. For what that is worth. If yellow is 7 and goes on this line, it has to go with a 1. But I think that's okay. Oh, okay, sorry. So people are saying this digit can't be 8. I finally understand why this digit can't be 8. Because if this digit is 8, Emily's point is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That would make that a 1. And the problem is that it's hard to make 1 a sum of two Sudoku digits. So that digit's actually not 8. So this digit's actually only 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Which means that if yellow is 8, it goes there, and this is a 9. I don't know if that quite does anything, but I think it's true. Interestingly, these two cells can't refer to each other. Maybe one of them can... Actually, one of them can refer to the other, and then the other can refer to something else, so it's probably not actually interesting. It was briefly interesting in my mind. And I can certainly say things like this is at most 6. This is at least 3 and at most 9. So if this were 6 or 7, it could go on this line. I don't know what to do with that. Can't it be a 5 indexing a 5, J. Dyer? Is there a reason it can't index a 5 outside the grid and then have a 4 numbered rooms clue next to it? The off by 1 error thing really screws with my brain. Oh, right. It wouldn't be a numbered room 4. It would not be a 4. It would be a 5. Right. Because again, these two things count differently. Right. So yeah. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I agree with that. Okay. So yeah. J. Dyer's point is if this is a 5, it makes that 5 or one of the other cardinal directions. But now that's a 5 for the numbered rooms because that's the 5th cell and that's 2 5s in a row or column. So this can only actually be 1, 2, 3, or 4. Okay, I agree with that assessment. I assume the counting is different for the two different clue types because it's going to like make the puzzle work and otherwise there would be too much overlap, but it hurts my brain. Let's see. So Associations. So there's a yellow down here. I don't think that does anything. I mean, I know that's not a 1. I don't know if I really want to mark this for candidates. I think I probably could do some marking for it, but it seems excruciating. If this is a 6, is that somehow a problem? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, it could just go outside the grid and make that a 1, which is okay. I mean, I know this is at least a 3. Do I know anything else interesting? I know these are at most 8. I mean, I guess I might as well mark that whatever this digit is, it's the same as that digit. Just by numbered rooms clues. I mean, I don't know what I'm doing with it, but it's probably worth it. So is there some sort of complicated nonsense for what happens if this is a 2? Because if yellow is 7, green is 2, and then that's a 7, so it's also yellow, but I don't see why that's a problem. That's true. If this were 3, it would break the numbered rooms, because if this were 3, this would be a 1-2 pair, but of course the 3 isn't in the first or second position in that instance. Okay, so I agree that's not 3. This cell definitely isn't 1 for what it's worth. So well, it's certainly not 9 either. Probably can't be 8 either. Yeah, it can't be 8 either, because if it were 8, that would be a 9. And it's not. If this is a 7, that doesn't work either. Oh, sorry, no, if this is a 7, that does work, because that's the 7th cell. Can't be a 2, because if it was a 2, it would put that digit there and would make it sum to itself. So this is, in fact, at least a 3. Digits can repeat in rows and columns outside the grid. Yes, Fish. There are no rules about that. I kind of feel like trying to get single-digit eliminations from all of these indexing cells is not going to go anywhere, but I also have no clue what else to do. So I am open to suggestions for single candidate eliminations, but I feel like this is not the intended thing to do in this puzzle. Row 6, column 8 can't be 7 anymore. If it was 7, the only place that this was getting something 7 away was there, which would need it to be a 2. So this is not 7 anymore. Okay, so these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Aha! Okay, that's huge. Okay, so that is actually going to get us something, because now yellow really can't go on this line anymore. So we needed that that there to eliminate the possibilities for yellow from here. How did we eliminate 2 from... Oh, 2 is eliminated from here, Jim, because it's the sum of these 2 cells, and those 2 cells sum to at least 3. Yep, so now yellow has to get indexed to index 9. So this is the same 6, 7, 8 that is there. So that is a thing. Possibly. Okay, and so that 9, actually, we now probably know where it indexes, because that 9 now can only hit here, making that a 4, which makes either 1, 2, 3, 4, that or that a 4. One of those two things is a 4. Probably there's some cute reason why this can't be 4, because that would have to be 1, 3 or something. I mean, in fairness, Jim, when you asked, it took me a minute to see why it was true. Let's see. 6, 7, or 8 is the 4. So 6, 7, 8. One of those is a 4. Oh, this 4 was wrong? Oh, I missed. Oh, right. Sorry. This is a 1. This is a 1. Because this is index. No. I don't think this is fillable at all, because this is the location that's in the yellowth spot. I think, yeah, I don't think I got tricked by reversing these. Oh no, it was 4. It was 4. It was 4 from the 13. No, this was 4. Let's see. And so yellow, sorry, so 4 is in the yellowth spot. So the point is 4 is in the yellowth spot, so it's not in the 4th spot. And it's also not here. So that means that the 4 has to actually be there. Because if 4 was in the 4th, if 4 was here to make the 4 plus 4 is 8, it would break the numbered rooms clue. So these are a 1, 3 pair. So now this number is at least 6. Because 2, 4 is the minimum now. That's cute. So if yellow is 7, that makes this 1, 2, 4, but also makes that a 4, points out Jay Dyer. So therefore yellow can't be 7. And so if yellow is 8 now, this can't be 1, 3, 4 for the same reason. So if yellow is 8, this is 1, 2, 5. The point is it always has a 2 in it. And it never has a 4 in it, right? Yeah, it never has a 4 in it. So this is either 1, 2, 3 summing to 6 or 1, 2, 5 summing to 8. With the 1 and the 2 always being there. Just by repeating Jay Dyer's point. Let's see. Kelly asks if 4 is required to be in box 7 in row 7. I think it could still be there, right? I think 4 can be there. 4 is in one of those two spots. Let's see. So there is a yellow over down there for whatever that is worth. Is there some fiddly thing I can do with this cell now? I don't think so. If there's a 5, it definitely goes with a 1, which would make this a 6, but I also don't see a lot to do with that without sort of really drilling in here. I know these aren't 1 or 2, and I know those aren't 1. So I at least know the 1's in one of these. It's probably on here, but it doesn't have to. The Cogito points out that this can't be a 1, 2, or 3. It can't be 1 or 3 because it's in the box, and can't be 2 because a 2 would place it... would place this 6, 7, 8, 9 onto its own region sum line, so that doesn't work. So this is from there. It's certainly not a 9 because then it would be part of a sum, so it's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If this were an 8, that would be a 1. Seems fine. Oh, it can't be 8 because the 1 in the box is gone. The 1 in the box is gone is fine. Is good to know. So this digit now has to be at most 5, but it's not 1 or 3. Is a thing that people are pointing out because of the 1, 3 over here. I want to look at Michael's point about this cell. So if this is a 2, the 2 can't go in either of these cells, so this can't be a 2. This digit can only be something that's going in one of these two places. If this is a 3, I also have problems, because if this is a 3, then that would have to be a 3 and a 1 simultaneously, and that doesn't work. So this is a 1 or a 4, for sure. There was a claim that this couldn't be 2, but I don't see why this couldn't be 2. Let's see. It is true, I believe it can't be 4, because if it were a 4, it would have to point at a 4 outside the grid as part of the 8 sum, but it can't. So this is either 2 or 5. So if it's 5, then that's a 4 and that's a 9. So Sarah points out this being 7 would make that 9, which would put a 9 in the same row as a 9. That doesn't work. Let's see. Right. If this is a 1, neither of these two cells can be 4, because this isn't able to be 4 anymore because of the numbered rooms there. So, and that's certainly not able to be 4. So this has to be 4, which means either that's a 1 or that's a 1. But now as soon as this is a 4, this isn't a 1 anymore because it would put a 4 on top of the 1. So that's a 3 and a 1, and that's a 4. So we've got that going in like that. So this in the 4th spot is a 6 or a 9. I can make it blue maybe. 2, 3, 4. So yeah, so this is the 6 or the 9. I'm going to make it blue, although I'm a little worried about doing that because I don't think I know that blue is different from... Oh, I do know that blue is different from yellow because this cell's also blue. I don't... Oh, and I know that blue's different from green because it's also in here now. Got it? Ah, but now the point is that C's a 9. And so that makes blue 6, which makes that a 2. So now that's not 6 anymore. And if that's not 6, that means there's no 5 along this line. And now yellow is 8. So this is 1, 2, 5 by our previous work. So we've got that. Yep. And that being an 8 didn't do anything, I don't think. Oh, that 4 gets indexed, right? Okay, so that 8 did do something. It placed that that over there. I don't really know anything about green, but I know it's not blue or yellow, and I guess I don't even need colors for blue and yellow anymore, since blue and yellow are now known. Let's see. This isn't a 4, I am being told. There's a 7 in here somewhere. Let's see. I mean, I guess I know that these are from 1, 2, 4, 5. That's probably worth pointing out. Yes, Sven is trying to do this, and I'm trying to remember I can't actually take that out, even though Sven is telling me. Telling me to. Not a whole lot of things here. 4 almost doesn't work, but it could still barely work, I think. Yeah, 5 in row 7, Nicholas points out now, is restricted to one of those 2 cells. So it's down here somewhere. Let's see. Row 7, column 3 is a naked single, I'm being told. So it's not 1, 2, could be 3. It's not 4 or 5 or 6. Could be 7, and it's not 8 or 9. I think it's 3 or 7. Now, if it's 3, it makes these a 1, 2, 3, which I think one would be correct to be suspicious of, but I don't think we can disprove it right away. At least not that I am able to see. I know there's a 6 over here. I wonder if that's disproving this being a 3. So if this is a 3, the only place the 6 can go is there. But I think that can be a 6 as far as I'm able to tell. I mean, I actually know one of these cells is a 6, just by Sudoku, of all things. That being a 1... Oh, but I'm not allowed to fill this in, Mekdi, or it will break the puzzle if I fill this in, because this isn't clued. But I agree that if this was filled in, it would be filled in as a 1. Row 2, column 8 is 4 away. Nicholas, not 3 away. The green is only from 2, 3, 4. I I don't see why green can't go up here. I'm probably missing a remote sums thing. Oh, Nicholas is pointing out this cell can be a 6. Yeah, I guess that cell probably can be a 6. So I think this still very much is alive to be 3. I do know that green is the numbered rooms for the 7. Okay, we're going to have to try it. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And now we've got to go one by one. So it's not 6 because it's in a box with 6. It's not 7 because that would break the numbered rooms with that. It's not 1 because it would put a 7 on top of a 1. If it was 5, it would put both 7 and 9 into this cell. It's not 2 because it would put a 7 on top of an 8. So it is 3 or 4. Not 4 by the remote sums. Oh, if it was 4, it would put 7 there, and there aren't any cells that are 7 away. Is that right? I'm trying to count. Yes, I think that's true. So this is a 3. And so therefore that's a 7, and that's a 3. And that is... Oh, that is a 3. We already got that. Okay, and so this is a 1, 2, and that is a 3. This is just a naked 5 now. These are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Sure. Row 0, column 5 is not 6 then. Wait, no, row 0, column 5 is 6, someone is saying. Well, there's not a 3 here anyway. Oops, no, it would be there or there. Someone is talking about the 5 cage. I don't think I know which of these is 1, unless someone can point me out to how they know. This is a 6. Because 3 plus 6 is 9. That's because this is not row 0, column 5. That is row 6, column 0. So when people were talking about row 0, column 5, I thought people were telling me that somehow I knew this, and I was trying to figure out what weird combination of all the nonsense going on here was going to tell me that. But that is not what people were telling me. People were telling me that 3 plus 6 is 9. This is, if I just fill in all the digits and take the stuff out, it's not 3, 4, or 9 by Sudoku. It's not 1 by numbered rooms. It's not 5 by Sudoku. It's not 7 or 8 because these numbers can't be 6, and it's not 6 by numbered rooms, so it's just a 2, and that's a 6. So these are not 2. Let's see. Got that. That's not a 2 anymore, for what it's worth. This 4 still points at that cell and and that cell. This 2 looks down this column, I'm being told, so that's a 1 and that's a 2. One of these is a 3, and it's that one, just by Sudoku. Just by Sudoku asking where 3 goes in this box. It only goes there. These aren't 1, 2, or 5, just by the row. So those are actually a 4-9 pair, which actually makes that a 1 and a 2, which makes these finally a 1-5 pair. That 1-5 pair looks up at the spot that 1 could go, which means that 1, in fact, goes here for this 4 cage that we've been checking over and over again. Now that we've got that, these are just a pair of 6 and something. 3 and 6? No, not 3 and 6. Sorry. 5 and 6? No. 7 and 6? I think 7 and 6. Third time's the charm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oops, sorry, wrong kind of pencil mark. These are 4, 5, 9. That one's not a 4. Yep, it's just not a 4. This probably is another one that we should just pencil mark to death. So it's not a 1 or a 3 or an 8 or a 6 all by Sudoku. It's not able to be a 3 by numbered rooms. Yeah. It's not a 5 or 6 by numbered rooms, at the very least. 2, 4. So there's probably a reason it can't be some of these other things. 2 would put a 1 there. 4 would put a 1 there, which is probably what it is. 7 would put a 1 there, which also seems plausible, and 9 would put a 1 there. Okay, I don't think I can do any better than that. So this is not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So these are 6, 7, 8 over down here. Let's see. Someone's asking where this points. So it is not there. We've already established it's not there. So it, in fact, points to the Nicholas spot from earlier that I missed at my first scanning. It has to point there, which makes this a 7 and a 6. Hey, Naverio, how are you doing? I hope you are doing well. We have a corner marked 7 here now, by the way, because this 7 looks up into this box and corner marks a 7 into one of those cells. Maybe this can't be a 7 for numbered rooms reasons. If this is a 7, it would place a 4 there. I don't see an immediate problem with that. Let's see. I don't see any more Sudoku there, but there could be. Okay. Maybe I should just pencil mark this row. I don't know. I don't want to do that. That seems unpleasant, and it's not going to lead anywhere. Maybe I should pencil mark this cell, though, because it's certainly not a 1, 2, 3, 4. So naively, it's from those. It can't be 6 or 8 by Sudoku. Maybe one of those doesn't work. I think it could be 5. Yeah, 7 and 9, actually, annoyingly, both of those work. 6 in box 5 is in one of these 2 cells, and maybe it can't be this one. No, it actually already works. If this is the 6, it can already grab that 3. So I certainly can't rule 6 out of this because it's already got a 3 that it can use. Let's see. Nicholas is telling me this is quite restricted. So it's not 1 by remote sum stuff. It's not 2 or 6 or 4 by Sudoku. Is 9 too far? I think 9 is too far because I think the most this can get away is 8. So it's not 9 by Sudoku. If this was an 8, I would need that to be a 3, which it can't be, or that to be a 3. This being a 3 looks maybe okay to me. So I don't immediately see the problem with this being 7 or 8. Let's see, maybe does 7 not work? Actually, maybe I should try 7 separately. Because 7 would be pointing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 would be there. That obviously doesn't work. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, 7 definitely doesn't work. Because neither of those things can be a 4. So this is not a 7. So 3, 5, or 8, I guess, is my options. Oh, 5 also hits place digits that don't work. That's a 5. That's a 5. Okay. So the only places 5 hits don't add to 7. Good. So 5 does not work. Okay, agree. Thank you, Vish. And the 3 would only work if it puts an 8 there. So funnily enough, this is always 3, 8. And so it is either 3, 8 going that way, or it is 8, 3 going that way. That means this cell's never an 8. Oh, no, it could be an 8. Dagnammit. If that's a 3, no, if that's an 8, that's a 3, and then this is also an 8. Wait, no, that doesn't work. I think that doesn't work. No, I think it does work, darn it. I think I did that wrong in my head. If this is a 3, then that's an 8. Okay, that's fine. If this is an 8, then that's a 3. And then I just need to place a 3 somewhere in this column, and I think that's okay. 1 in this box, I can at least prove is in... Oh, I can prove it's exactly there, actually. So that's good. It is true that this can't be 8, because either this is 8 or this is 8. So at least this can't be 8. Sorry, I thought people were saying that this couldn't be 8, but I don't think that same thing is true. Sadly, there's a 1, 5 pair here with a 5 there, so that places a 5 there. Thank you, Kelly. Okay, what are these? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Are any of those pencil marks interesting? No. I'm going to go with no. I was hoping one of them would be interesting. Column 4 is a triple, I'm being told. One of which is a 4, which is going to be very useful. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that in particular, this triple means that this can't be a 4 anymore. So it's a 3. Means that's not a 3 at least. So that means that these are a triple. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These are a 7, 8, 9 triple. For whatever that is worth. This can't be 6 anymore because 6 plus 4 is too big. I agree with that assessment. Let's see. Does knowing that this is a 3 help? So it's not getting a 7 there. It's not getting a 7 there. It's not getting a 7 there. So it must be getting a 7 there. I believe. Which makes that a 6. Makes that not a 7. Makes that not a 7. Let's see. 5, 7, or 9. That 7 went in the spot that this 11 could go, Martin points out, and Josh points out, because if this was a 3, that needed to be an 8. So instead, that's an 8, which means that's a 3, and now that 6 tells me that's a 3. So that is not a 3. That is not an 8. I don't know if I want to force this cell yet. Maybe I do. Okay, by Sudoku, it's not a 3 or a 6 or a 1 or an 8. It being a 9 doesn't work because these would have to be an 8, 9. If that's a 7, these would have to be a 6, 9, which appears to be okay. I'm trying to understand. Yes. Okay, so if this is a 5, this is Garian's point. If this is a 5, that's a 4, that's a 9, and it gets indexed to this cell, which can't be 9. So this can't be a 5 anymore. It's only a 1 or a 2. So yeah, I guess 1 and 2 sort of puts me in that realm. It's certainly not grabbing that one or that one. Can't actually grab that one either. Can't grab that one. If this was a 1, so if this is a 1, it's a 1, 6, which makes that a 7, and then indexes a 7 on top of there. That doesn't work. So if this is this is a chain, but if this is a 1, that's a 6 and that's a 7, but then the 7 and the 6 indexes the 6 on top of a 1, 5 pencil mark. So this is always a 2. Is the point. So this is certainly not 4 or 5 anymore. Or 9. Oh, why couldn't it be 1 pointing right? Why did I think it couldn't be? Sorry, maybe it could be 1 pointing that there. Yep. Yeah, you're right. It could be 1 with a 6 there. Somehow in my brain I ruled that out. I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know why in my brain I assumed that this couldn't be 6 if that was 1. I'm not sure why. It's still true, though, that now this can't be 9. And this is at least 5 now. Now, if this is a 6, Martin points out that's a problem, because if this cell is a 6, it indexes this digit into that cell, but now this being a 6 would make that digit more than 6. So this digit is never a 6, that's true. If this is a 4, that's a 6. Now it can't be 8. That's true. Sven has known that for a long time, but we can we can get that down. And this can't be 1, 5. Because that would break that cell. So if this is a 6, it's 2, 4. Uh, so 3 over here somewhere. I'm being told that 4 here breaks because every way of making 12 here works because it can't be 5, 7, 4, 8, or 3, 9. Agree. Thank you. J40 says whenever they find a hidden a hidden single, they check the chat and find out that Mekti has already found it. I was being told this couldn't be 1, but I think I claimed that before, and I think it turned out to not be true. Oh, no, this is true. Okay, I see it now. If this is a 1, then 1, 4 would make this a 5, but the 5 would be in the 6th spot. And if this is 1, 5, it just breaks that cell immediately. So this is already a 2. And so this 2 needs to get a 6 from one of these directions. There's a couple options, of course. So this isn't 7 anymore. Several people in chat point out because it would index a 4 over here. So that's a 7. So the 4 now is either going there or there. Oh, sorry. I said this needed to get a 6. This doesn't need a 6. This needs a 5. It needs a 5 in one of those 2 spots. Because 2 plus 6 isn't 7. And this isn't 5. Because 2 plus 4 is already more than 5. So that 2 actually needs to have a 5 exactly there. Okay, so my mismathing earlier was bad. So yeah, so in fact that actually gives me a 5 there. Funnily enough, if this is a 4, it places a 6 there, both by Sudoku and by numbered rooms. If this is a 5, it places a 7 there. Column 2 we can finish. We've got a 1 at the top. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 there, which makes that a 5, which makes that a 4. Gets rid of those 4s. Sven is right about that. Makes that a 9. Makes that a 4 and a 9. Means these aren't 9 anymore. This is not 5 anymore. I'm just double checking that Sven isn't lying to me. Let's see. Row 3 has some 7 and 5 pencil marks that can go. So that's a 2. And this at least isn't a 7. This is a 3 or an 8. Apparently it's not an 8. Is that real? Yes, it's really not an 8. So that's a 3 and that's an 8. That's a 1 and that's a 2 owing to that. These two need to sum to 10 without being 2, 8, 3, 7. So they're either 4, 6. Oh, and they're not 1, 9 either. So they are 4, 6, and we know the order. So that's a 5 and a 7. Hey, Ron, how are you doing? 5 there, 7, 8, 2. Let's see. No 8 goes up there. That 7 indexes a 5. Sorry, no. The 5 indexes... Oh, no. I already did the 5 indexing the 7, but the 5 also sees this 1, 5 pair. Over here. Let's go ahead and fill in this quad. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Those aren't 5. Those aren't 4. This one appears not to be 5 or 6 either. So that one is a 7, which makes that one a 5. Makes that one a 4 and that one a 6. Double checking Sven's work. So this is a something. It's an 8. It's a 9. This appears to be an 8 and a 7. This digit is 9 again. These are, one of them is a 1. These are a 1 and an 8. So we've got all of those. Let's see. This is not 9 at the very least. In this column, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. We need a 5. We've got a 6 and a 7. We need an 8 and a 9. And that one's not the 8, so that one is the 8. And that one's not the 5, so that's the 9 and the 5 and the 4 and the 9. So in this row, we have 2, 4, 6 left to go. And this is not the 4 or the 6, so it's a 2. Oh, no, sorry. Uh-oh. In this row, we've got not 2, 4, 6. Oh, no, we don't have 2, 4, 6 left to go. That 6 just looks there. I just am not, or I'm getting tricked by Sven. So that 4 makes me a 2 over there, which makes that a 1. And so 1, 2, 3, 4 needs to go in one of these cells. 5, 6, 7 needs to go in one of these cells. And our bet tree is a 5. Congratulations to all the 5 bettors out there. May all of your betting tree wishes come true. Very interesting puzzle. As always with indexing puzzles, or as so often happens with indexing puzzles, it feels like there's never really, like, I don't know. It feels like I'm always just checking cases until I say, like, oh, that breaks or that breaks. I think if I had done one of these remote sums puzzles before, I think my intuition for those would be a little better. But it's always sort of, there's always a fun element to indexing puzzles, even if I don't think they're sort of the logically rich of the puzzle genres. But they're sort of fun just because of the weird way that it sort of twists your brain that I do enjoy, even if I often sort of complain about indexing puzzles. But the fact that the counting is different between these two was really hurt my brain several times. I think I'm gonna guess these are both standard, and so the fact that they count differently is not something that is avoidable. But the fact that the numbered rooms clues count differently than the cage clues is very weird to me. Anyway, I'm gonna take a quick break, and we'll be back with another puzzle. So see everyone in just a moment. Welcome back, everyone. Next up, I'm going to look at a puzzle that I made forever ago. This is one of the puzzles that I've mentioned before if you've seen me sort of do my old puzzles. Like these are from 2+ years ago, so I don't tend to remember them very much. But this puzzle I only published on the Cracking the Cryptic Discord Puzzle Archive, which is, as those of you who've published there know, where puzzles go to die. So no one, including myself, has thought about this puzzle in quite some time. I'm going to hazard a guess. So this is a Renban odd-even puzzle, apparently. It is called Yogpao, by the way, because Yogpao is the name of the box, the name of the bot that is over on the Cracking the Cryptic Discord. Hey, Playmaker, how are you doing? This puzzle, yeah, this does look very Kojama break-in-y, doesn't it? The circle squares are odd, which I usually denote by orange, and the blue squares are even. Did I say the circle squares? The circles are odd, the squares are even. Odds are orange, blues are even, is my thing. And we've got our Renban here, which need to have a string of consecutive digits in some order, but doesn't have to be consecutive, but doesn't have to be in sort of the canonical order. So it could go 7, 8, 5, 6. I could read this as 5, 6, 7, 8, and that would be fine for filling in a Renban. Yes, the elven squares, as they are sometimes known. Trying to think, what puzzle was it? Was it? I think it was the anti-V Renban puzzle that had the elven squares. All right, so we should put in a bet tree. That's true. I'm gonna guess that cell is a bet tree, but I have no real recollection. So MicroStudy's point is I can ask where these 2 digits go in this box. And the answer is they have to go there and there because they can't go in odd places. And I can ask where these 2 cells go in box 5, and they have to go there and there. I have learned now that 8 is even. And that's my full allotment of even digits. So therefore that is odd. Also 9 happens to be odd. So we've got all of that. And I'm going to guess, although, again, we're really stressing my ability to remember anything, that we need to sort of keep track of odds and evens along Renban. A couple of people in chat have pointed out, I know that those are odd, and I know that these are odd by virtue of the rows having all of their evens. So there's more stuff that can be orangified. I know there are 3 odds and 3 evens along this line that do include 4, 5, and 6. Okay, that's cute. Okay, so a length 6 Renban needs 4, 5, and 6. Where did the 4 and 6 go along this length 6 Renban that also needs 4 and 6? And so the answer is the 4 and 6 go there, making those 2 cells a 4-6 pair, meaning that this cell is not 4 or 6. And so that gets us the parity of those 2 cells. I did know these were going to be an odd-even pair, I guess, just to start with. I don't know if I want to sort of mark that these are different 4-6s. I think I'm going to not mark it and then forget it and then be upset that I've forgotten it. That's my prediction. Let's see. Okay, that's a good spot. So Sayori points out that this Renban needs 2 evens, plus those 2 are even. That means, therefore, these are both odd. And so there are then 2 evens and an odd here, because this Renban needs at least 2 evens. There's 2 evens here, and therefore these are both odd, because that accounts for this box. Can do exactly the same thing down here, points out Carl. We've got 2 evens there, plus 2 more evens along here. That makes both of these odd, which makes both of these even. And now there's 2 evens along this, so therefore these are all odd. And given that this is a length 2 Renban, that has to be even, because I have to have 1 even and 1 odd. This Renban's already got 2 odds on it, so I've got to be a little bit careful with its allocation of odds and evens. This row is also getting a lot of pressure on it, because it's got 4 oranges in it already. Right. Okay. So Tallcat's now saying, look at column 6. I can only have 1 even here, so I need to have an even there. So this is an even-odd pair, which I usually denote by drawing a little red line on it, but that's not going to work so well with the purple lines. But in particular, one of these is even, and so it's the last even of the column, and so these are both odd. So we have all of that. Let's see, what else can we do here? Can't quite do the same thing. I mean, I do know one of these at least has to be even, but maybe they're both even. I'm not sure. Let's see here. Yeah, we've got 2 evens and an odd left in this box. I did really enjoy Stacked. Stacked was really nice. Only 1 odd there. Let's see, and I know this is 1 odd and 1 even. And the odd certainly isn't 9. Trying to look at where 9 goes in assorted places to try and decide. No. Not quite. Close, not quite. This line does have a 3 on it, I agree, because it doesn't have a 9. So we can throw a 3 up there. So these digits are either a 1-2 pair or they are from 7-8. And they can't be... Maybe they could be a 2-7 pair even, actually. They might even... No, they can't be a 2-7 pair. Right. So these are either 1-2 or 7-8. Because if these were 2-7, I'd put 1 and 8 on this length 3 Renban. So that is a good point to keep in mind, is that these are either 1-2 or 7-8. Tristan says the contents of that line are known, but I don't know what line is being spoken about. I still don't know what people are talking about. Lower line in box 2. So, no, I'm not getting it. Whatever people are trying to say. It is true. One of these two is a 5. I agree with that. Where does 8 go in box 2 is the point. Okay, so Carl has gotten it. So 8 definitely goes along this Renban. And so if 8 goes along this Renban, it definitely also gets a 6. And so that makes that a 4 and that a 6 is the point. And so we get our 4 dance out of Zach. Woohoo! Woohoo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So we've got that, and that means that's a 2. And so now that 2, maybe I don't know a lot about, if we're being completely honest with ourselves. We know there's a 7 in here, possibly a 9. So now this Renban needs to have a 2 and a 4 on it, because if it doesn't, I'm not getting 2 consecutive evens. So therefore, this is an 8 always, for whatever that is worth. I don't know if it's worth filling in if that's 4 or 6, but it is a 4 or a 6. And this is a 2 or a 6. I don't know if that's worth filling in either. This is a 4 or 6 too. Hey, Charlie, I'm doing pretty well. I am ready for Thanksgiving break, for sure. The semester has been long, but I am enjoying it overall. Yeah, that's true. This isn't a 5 because one of these two is a 5. I think Nicholas pointed that out earlier. So this line, so where does 2 go in box 1 is an interesting question, because 2 can't go on this Renban. Because if 2 goes on this Renban, it needs a 4, but the 2 would have to go there, and then there's no 4. So there's, in fact, definitely a 2 along this Renban, which means there's also a 4 along it. And we only get 2 even digits along it, so that means this one's got a 6 and an 8. And if it's got a 6 and an 8, then it definitely also has a 7, for whatever that is worth. So we've got all of that. This cell's now just a naked odd, by the way, because it sees 2, 4, 6, and 8, funnily enough. Same logic down on this one. If there is a 6 on this Renban, it also needs an 8. And it can't have them. So therefore, that is a 6. And likewise, if this had an 8, it would need a 6. So these are actually a 6-8 pair over here. So we've got that. Jaleb says stop. Did I do something wrong? I don't think so. So there's a 7 there, for sure. There's a 3. Oh, the 3 doesn't necessarily have to be there, though. Yeah, I know there's a 2 and a 4 along here. I couldn't put a 6 here because then I'd split these two. These two can't be split, is the point. So we've got that. So Ah, 9 in box 9 is placed, right, because remember, this Renban has a 2 and a 4 on it. And so it doesn't have a 9 on it. And so the 9 in this box goes here, which means the 9 in this box goes here, which makes that a 7. Good spot to Sayori. So we've got all of that. So that's not a 7 at the very least. Let's see. The 5-cell line from box 1 to box 2 doesn't have a 6. Right. Okay, so Jay Dyer spots out or points out that 6 is just completely ruled off of this. So this has to be exactly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Of course, those aren't 2, 4. So that's true. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see. I don't think the coloring has to be completed before the digits, but I think if you can complete 90% of the coloring before the digits, you have to be able to complete 100% of the coloring before the digits. That is my philosophy. Oh, where is 9 in row 1? 9 in row 1 is definitely up here, which makes this 6, 7, 8, 9 exactly. So that's helpful. Oh, I guess that's only been available since we saw Jay Dyer's point. And so these are from 1, 3, 5, of course. Oops. And so this digit and this digit are the same digit. Yes, as exactly as MicroStudy says, the ketchup. And so this digit has to be that digit because this digit needs to show up on the Renban. So we've got that digit over there. And this has to be... Oh, it doesn't have to be a 1, 3, 5. This could be a 9, right? This digit I know is a 1, 3, 5, which gives me a really weird triple in the column. Because of the fact it's not a 7 or a 9, which tells me that that's a 7 or a 9. I don't know that it does anything, but it's true technically. 7 in box 9, Carl points out, can't go over here. So the 7 goes over here. And the reason why that's relevant is that it says that that's not a 7, which means these two, which remember were either a 1, 2 or a 7, 8 pair. Well, they don't have a 7 in them. So they're actually a 1, 2 pair. And if they are a 1, 2 pair, then that lets me fill in that these are the other ones, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I know that these aren't 6 or 8. That one's not 4 either. These aren't 4. These seem not to be 7. If I look across here, I see that I need a 1 in the row, and the 1 can only go here, which makes that a 2 and that a 1. And I can deketchupify the 1s and fill in those, which makes this a 2 just by I think. The 4 also doesn't go in the orange cell. I don't know how long that's been there, but we won't talk about it. This isn't 1 or 2. In fact, actually, I'm just going to get rid of the corner marks here. Get rid of the center mark 1 there, center mark 1 there, center mark 1 there. No 1 there because it's already on the Renban. Or because it's also in the box, or because it's also in the row. Take your pick. Ah, yes. Okay, so this Renban we know some digits on because the other digits need to be a 3 and a 7 in order to... No, a 3 and a 5. These need to be a 3-5 pair in order to make this Renban do Renban things. And so this is X, and this is circle. Just to continue our ketchuping. Oops, I did not mean to draw the line there. Just to continue our ketchuping. This is not a 2 anymore. Okay, so this is not 3 or 5. So this is either 1, 7, or 9, just for the record. There's this very useful 3-5 pair here that MicroStudy has spotted, which makes that a 4, and also means that I can take out 4 and 3 and 5 from here, which seems to make that a 7, but I'm going to double check that's really true. No, it is really true. This is really a 7. These aren't 3 or 5, so it's even, actually. Those aren't 7. That one's not 7. That one's not 7, so that one's even. So that's all the evens for this row. So this digit's odd, and I probably know what it is, actually. Yep, this is a 9 for the row. So this is even. I can get rid of these 6, 8 pencil marks. That one's a 7 because of the being on a Renban with those things. So this is a 6, 8. It's not a 7. These aren't 4. Which means where does the 4 go in this row? Only here. So we've got all of that, which means where does the 4 go on this Renban that needs a 4? Only there. So now this Renban needs a 3, because remember it is, well, it's got a 2 and a 4, so it definitely also needs a 3, which looks up here and makes that a 5. It means those aren't 5. I'm not ignoring it intentionally. I just haven't gotten to it yet. But it is a good spot from people in chat that this 2 needs a 3 on this Renban, so therefore that's not a 3, it's a 5. So circle is 5 and X is 3. Was this really meant to be circle? Yes, this was really meant to be circle, so it really is 5. Did I only ever have one X? I feel like I probably had more than one X at some point, but maybe I didn't. So that places this 4 over up here, makes these a 3 and a 1, and that's the 3 and that's the 1 over there. This is the last odd in this row, so that's a 5. Just by virtue of that. This is a 6 or an 8, and so that's a 3 over up here, just for that purpose. Now the 1 is down here, so now this is 1, 2, 3. And so these are a 5, 7 pair. Oops. 1, 2, 3. Sorry, these are 5, 7, not in the corner. So this, therefore, is a 4 or an 8, but it's not a 4, actually. This can only be an 8 because of it needs to be consecutive with 5 or 7 without being a 4 or a 6. So it's an 8, which makes that a 7 and that a 5. Makes that a 6 and that an 8. Makes that a 2 and that a 6. Makes that a 4. That's all the evens for this box, by the way, if we're going to do that sort of thing. I thought that was going to sort out these 6 8s, but funnily enough, it seems not to have sorted out those 6 8s. So onward and upward we go, I suppose. Let's see. Yeah, box 4 now. What do I know? I know there's a 7 or a 9 in one of these cells. Let's see. Do I know that there's a 4 on here? Maybe not. Okay. Wow. Garion with a slick spot. If I corner mark this cell, it is only 7. Because it is not... Sorry, it's 1 or 7. No, sorry, it's not one. Sorry, it's not 3, 5, 7, or 9. It's only one. Good lord. Garion saw that as a hidden 5-9 pair, but I think that way is a little easier, provided that you actually look at it and correctly identify what digit is missing. So this column now is missing a 3 and a 7. It would seem. So that's not a 1. That's not a 3. There's a bunch of evens in here for what it's worth. Okay. So the 1 in this row, Sayori points out, is placed, which is going to do good things because it's now going to mean that these are a 2, 3, 4 triple. And that's the only one of those that can be a 3. This one can only be the 2, and this one can only be the 4. Oh, right, I'm allowed to use mark again. I got out of the habit of marking after the previous puzzle. I probably can mark the rest of the grid if I am aggressive. So, for example, marking the grid tells me that this isn't a 2. So it's got to be a 9 with an 8. Which makes that a 6, makes this a 7, that a 2. That is an 8, so that's going to be odd, whatever it is. That being a 2 is going to make that odd, just to fill in a little bit in advance. That's going to be even, and that's going to be odd. That is a 7, that is an 8. This seems only to be able to be 9 now, so that is a 3 and a 6. So now we get that that is orange. That is orange, and that is blue. 7, 9, 8. This is orange. This is blue. This is orange. This is blue, whatever it's going to be. 5 and 9. 2. 1 and 5. 8 and 6. 8 and 6. I can say the right numbers. 8 and 6. 4. And our bet tree is going to be even. And it is going to be a 6. So congratulations to all the 6 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. I still like Renban. Let's Renban are so fun and so diverse in what you can do with them. I enjoyed this. I think this is my sort of most odd even coloring-y puzzle out of all my puzzles. I could be wrong. But yes, I don't remember why I didn't publish this one. Maybe I came out with something else nearby. I don't remember. What were my nearby puzzles to this one? Maybe I was already... That is my cube list, not my puzzle list. Let's see. What's next in the zetamath puzzle list? The next puzzles in the zetamath puzzle list are The Eye, which is a horrifying negative constraint puzzle, and Potpourri number 1. So we've got those. So yeah, so I don't know that I had any particular reason. Maybe just because it was named after a Cracking the Cryptic thing, I didn't publish it on LMD. But anyway, yeah, Renban are cool. Make more Renban puzzles. That is my that is my ultimate request out of the world. Is I would just like there to be more Renban puzzles in the world because the world needs more hope. Alrighty, I am going to take a quick break. And I will be back in just a moment with more puzzles. So stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone. Next up, I have in store a Marty Sears puzzle. So this is a new kind of line from Marty Sears, I believe. The same difference line. So we're going to see how this goes. And if Marty is around and has a recommended bet tree, I will take it. Hey, AM 1028, welcome. So each pair of adjacent digits along a line have the same difference. However, this difference may be different between lines. So, for example, I could do 5... Oh, I can't do 5, 2. I could do 5, 6, 7, for example, and the difference would be 1, or 5, 7, 9, and the difference would be 2. But they have to go along that. But you can, of course, have repeats, so I could do... that's not a good example of where I could have a repeat, is it? Maybe I don't have any good... Oh, yeah, I could do like this. That would be fine. Okay. All right. And then a digit in an orange diamond indicates how many lines have a difference value equal to that diamond. E.g., a 3 in a diamond indicates there are 3 lines whose adjacent digits differ by 3. Okay. So that is the rules. Unless I haven't gotten any bet tree guidance, so I'm just going to put the bet tree down there and hope. Just looking at the line that I tried to do here, I don't think you can have repeats along this line, because if you have repeats, they have to differ. They have to be 2 apart. Those 2 can't repeat. Those 2 can't repeat. These 2 can't repeat, and these 2 can't repeat. So this is actually 6 different numbers. And if this is 6 different numbers, that means 5 differences, which means that this is a 1 difference line. So there's definitely a difference of 1 along this line. I'm going to try and indicate that by putting like a little 1 in the corner up here and try not to forget that that's what that means. Yes, this is a Renban, but in order. That is a good way to think about it. So people in chat are thinking globally about these right away, which I was thinking I was going to just wait to think about these until the very end. But people in chat are making some good points that if you look at ones where you could have difference bigger than 4, that's these. Actually, no, even some of these you can't have difference bigger than 4 if you're careful about it, because in order to have difference bigger than 4, you have to have repeats. And so I can't have difference bigger than 4 there, or there, actually, or here, or there. So that's 1, 2, 3, or there, actually. That's 1, 2, 3, 4 lines that can have difference bigger than 4. So therefore I can't have a 5, 6, 7, or 8 here, which means that these are a 1, 2, 3, 4 hidden quad. Which means that, oh, I highlighted this one even though that one wasn't actually highlightable. Which means that there's 1 with a difference of 1, 2 with a difference of 2, 3 with a difference of 3, and 4 with a difference of 4. How many lines are there total in the grid? Because we know where the difference of 1 line is. So these are from 6, 7, 8, 9. Sorry, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There are 12 lines total. So there are 2 lines with difference greater than 4. Because of that, because this accounts for 10 of the lines. Okay, so this difference is not 1, and if this difference is not 1, it has to be 2. And it's not 1 because there's 1 line with difference 1 and we already have it. And if the difference is 2, this has to be 5, 7, 9, which means these are 6, 8. I don't think there are any lines that can have a difference of 0 in this puzzle. Oh, I guess this line could have a difference of 0. You're right. This line could have a difference of 0. So these are certainly odd. That one's not the 9 for what it's worth. In fact, this one's the 7, no matter what. So let us get a 7 dance for that. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. One of the rarer first digits indeed. So maybe I should just do this right. If this is 9, 7, 5, then this could be 3 and 1 or 7 and 5. And if this is 5, 7, 9, then this would always go 7, 5. So I think this is always looking like this. Okay. Oh, I meant 7 and 9, didn't I? Sorry, this would be a 9. Sorry. The 7 was right, but this would need to be a 9 in that universe. So this is always a 1, 5, or 9. So one of these is a 4. Wait, no, that was a different puzzle. Let's see. So that's one of my difference 2 lines for whatever it is worth. So, this is my difference 1 line. Unfortunately, there's nothing that sees my whole difference 1 line. I don't think. Like these cells see a lot of it, but not all of it. Yeah, I was debating if this is a parody puzzle, because I certainly have some parody stuff going on here. How long was this line? This is 6 long. So the ends of this line aren't 5. I agree with that assessment. I kind of think the difference on this line is going to be 0. Is there a reason why? So can we somehow disprove it being 0? I don't know. Oh, Kodama is just an old puzzle of mine that had a break-in that involved sort of looking at a cross through box 5 and looking at what things do, which is also very similar to the break-in of what was the anti-V-Whisper puzzle called? Swirl. It was also very similar to the break-in of Swirl. Let's see. So yeah, so I think this is going to be different 0, but I'm not sure. The length 4 lines. There aren't any length 4 lines, are there? Oh, the difference of 4 lines. Right, okay, so the difference of 4 lines. So yeah, if it's a difference of 4 line where so there's 4 difference of 4 lines is Garian's point. And if they all see each other, then it has to be 159. Well, this one can't be 159. At the very least. And I need 4 of them. So, and it can't be either. So it's not that one. It can't be either of these, I don't think. No, it could be this one. This one it could be, because it could go 844 or no, it can't go 844. Ah, okay. So this one can't be difference 4 either. Because if this were 844 or 622, it would rule that digit completely out of this box. So that one's not it. So I'm going to gray out the ones that can't be difference 4 real quick. So none of those can be difference 4. Don't know about that one. No, it can't be this one because, oh no, it could be if the 5 is there. No. Okay, so the 5 on this line is in, weirdly, the 5 on this Renbanish thing is in one of these 4 cells, and if this were 159, that would be the 5, which would see all 4 of those. That's gross. But I agree, it's not that one. The reason not 848, or not oh, this one could be 848. Sorry, this one could be 848. Sorry. This one can't, but this one could. I agree. Yeah, the column 3 one's actually okay. The column 3 one is fine. This one I know, by the way, is not difference of 4. Just out of the gate. So how many lines do we have left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7 of these are actual 159 lines. If this one was, it would stop that one from being 1. And if this one was, it would also stop that one from being 1. These annoyingly have a lot of flexibility because they don't have to be 15, or sorry, that one has a lot of flexibility because it doesn't have to be 159 at all. And this one does as well. Yeah, and we have 2 lines of the that are either length 5 plus or sorry, I have 2 lines that are either length 5 plus or length 0. And so those have repeats for sure. But we don't need lines to be 159. We only need lines to be difference 4. But some lines, if they are difference 4, they have to be 159. But the only lines that have to be 159 if they're difference 4 are these 3. Oh, sorry, and that one. So those 4, if they are difference 4, need to be 159. But we've got 1, 2, 3 others that could not be. So at least one of these is 159. And I can say things like not this one and one of these 2. Now, if I ungray this one, and now I try and count instead lines whose difference is either 4 or more or 0 together, then lines whose difference is 4 or more or 0, which lines can that be? I need 6 of them. It could be this one. It can be this one. it can be this one, can be this one. 1, 2, 3, 4. What am I screwing up? I'm forgetting something. Or misunderstanding something. Because I feel like I can only... Oh, right, sorry. This is the difference... Sorry. These are... Sorry. These can also be difference, of course, 4, because the 4 ones can be 1, 5, 9. So these are the ones that can be difference 4 or more or 0, and there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them. And so 6 of these need to be used as difference 4 or more or 0. So, I agree with Josh. The difference here isn't 3 for this one. So the difference of this one is not 1 and it's not 3. So this one is difference 2 or 4. I guess I should only put that at one end of the line. This one's difference 2 or 4. Because it can't be more than 4 because of the box. Oh, and it's not 4 by graying. Right, so this is difference 2, right? This one is difference 2. Okay, and so this one's also difference 2. So that's all the ones that are difference 2. Now, this being difference 2, it's going to have to consist only of odd digits, right? If this consists of even digits, we're going to have an awful hard problem making this work. Because if it consists of even digits, it's going to be 2, 4, 6 or 4, 6, 8. And I think both of those are going to break this. So Tristan points out that now means because we've got our 2 difference 2 lines, and this one can't be difference 4 or more. This one's always difference 3, which I enjoy. Yeah, I think it's got to be 1, 3, 5 or 5, 7, 9, but I don't think it's super elegant to check with this. Like, I think I'm going to have to grind if I want to do that, and I don't really want to at the moment. But this is definitely difference 2. This one's definitely difference 3. Yeah, I know the 5 on this one is one of those. One of these is a 5. I'll make them green. So therefore this digit's never a 5, but I don't think that's interesting. But the point is, okay, so that does at least give an elegant proof that this can't be 2, 4, 6 or 4, 6, 8. Because both of those use both 4 and 6. And the fact that one of these 5 cells is the 5 tells me that I always need a 4 or a 6 inside this box in a somewhat elegant way. So this is definitely odd. And that one's certainly not the 5. And it's certainly not the 1 or the 9 either. So this is always a 3 or a 7. And therefore these aren't 3 or 7. Oh, but that means there's always a 5 on this. Haha, there we go. So there's always a 5 because I just can't find 3 consecutive things. So the 5 has to go there. So I'll write a 2 in there. So that is the 5. And so that forces 6, 4, 3, 2, 1. Just completely. And so that forces 7. These are a 5, 9 pair. That is an 8. As soon as this is a 5 and I need to have no repeat digits, I certainly can't go down in this direction, can I? Oh, maybe I can. I think MicroStudy is right. I think that this could go either way. I don't know why in my brain it was clear that this could only go one way. This is 4 or 6. This is 4 or 6. This is 3 or 7, 2 or 8, 1 or 9, giving me the old 159 triple. The fact that that's a 159 triple tells me that this is not. This is certainly not a length 4-1. Funnily enough. This is still a 9. That's true. Which makes that a 5. But then it's ambiguous which way this goes. If this is 159, that's a 5. That 1 or 9 goes there. This line also can't be 159 because there's a 159 in the column. True. Right. So this line definitely has a difference of 3, MicroStudy points out, because its difference isn't 1 or 2 and it's not 4 or more. And this one is also difference 3. Because, again, we've used all the difference 2 lines, and we've used all the difference 1 lines, and this one can't be difference 4, which now means this one has to be difference 4 because we've used 3 3s, right? Where's the third 3? Yeah, we've used 3 3s. So this one is a 159. It's a 159 where that's a 1. So we get all of that. So we've got all of our 1s, 2s, and 3s. So now every line has a distance of every line that remains. Oh, sorry, I should leave the 3s on the 3s. Has a distance that is greater. The 9 in this box can't go here, for what it's worth. So one of these two is a 9 just by Sudoku. Let's see. Vish says this has to be different 0 since 5 plus breaks the diamonds. So if this was a 6 and the difference were 5 or more, these two would be the same. And if this were 8 and the difference were 5 or more, these two would be the same. And there are no other options. Wait, could it be difference 4? No, it can't be difference 4 either. So this is, I think this has to be distance 0. I think that's true. So these are all the same digit. And so ketchup, other ketchup. So there's my difference 0 line. So now this has to be distance 4 as well. I agree. So, because again, we know where all the 1, 2s, and 3s are. And so this is a 5 in the middle with a 1, 9 on the outside. So that is 2 of our distance 4 lines. 2 of our difference 4 lines. These are all the same mod 3. And the thing that's the same mod 3 is not divisible by 3. It's not 0 mod 3, and it's not 1 mod 3, so it's 2 mod 3. So these are 2, 5, 7 just by that, so that's never a 5. And therefore, that is a 5 by that 2, 5, 7. Sorry, 2, 5, 8. 2, 5, 8, right. Still a 5, though. It is true. The 5 does have to go in the middle of the line. Agree with that. 2 4.57, that works. Oops, that's not a 1 anymore. Oh, but if that's not a 1 anymore, that one has to be the... Oh, no, there doesn't have to be a 1 at all. Don't listen to me. Good spot from Chad. 3, 7 need to go in column 1 somewhere, and that somewhere can only be these two cells. So that's a hidden pair, which places a 9 there. Sorry, this is meant to be 3, 7, not 3, 4, but I'm just going to fill it in because that's that. So no 3s there. So one of these two is a 3, I'll note for the future. So this is the other 1, 9 for this box. These are 2, 8, or 4, 6. 5 in box 8 I'm being asked about. Oh, yeah, 5 in box 8 is just placed there. And this is a difference of 3, so these have to be a 2, 8 pair. And that being a 2, 8 pair certainly means that ketchup is 6. I apologize to the person whose point I did not understand as to why this had to be 6 earlier. But they were right. So let's see. So that probably does some damage, like placing a 6 here, for example, which makes this 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that 3 and 1 makes that 9, makes that 1 and 9. Okay, so now this can't be 1 mod 3 and it can't be 0 mod 3. So it's got to be 2 mod 3. So this is 2, 5, 8 with the 5 in the middle. Uh-oh. How did I screw that up? Isn't the puzzle broken? Because the 1, if this were 1 mod 3, the 1 would go in one of these two, and that doesn't work. And if this is if it were 0 mod 3, I would need a 9 on it, and that doesn't work. So the puzzle's broken. Or this pencil mark before was wrong. One of those is true. Hey, Patrick. I very often have Marty in chat watching. Does anyone see how this puzzle isn't broken or see what I did that was wrong? Because I definitely did something wrong. Do you agree it's broken, MicroStudy? Well, I mean, if the puzzle's broken, we should stop filling in digits. Because I'm quite convinced that this isn't fillable. Oh, there's this check function? Oh, but the puzzle doesn't include a solution, so it won't tell me. Was 6 in row 4, column 2, right? Oh, that's the problem. That's the problem. Yes. I went to Sudoku 6 into this box, and for whatever reason placed it here, rather than saying one of these two is a 6. That's the problem. Okay. So anyway, the correct thing to do is to look at this line and say, well, it's not 1 mod 3, and it's not 2 mod 3, because the 5 would go there. So it is 3 mod 3, which means that this is always a 6 with a 3, 9 around it. Which then makes this a 1 and a 9, which then makes this a 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Making that the 3 and the 9. making that the 1 and the 9, making that the 7, making that the 9 and the 7. That is not 1. Okay, good. So we have achieved equilibrium in some way. So now now we probably just sort of mark random places. So this is a naked 4. Is that true? It's not 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. Yep, this is a naked 4. Agree. And so I know what order the 1 and the 8 go in along this line, because 8, 8, 1 is not a same difference line. That's a 6 and that's an 8. That's a 2. It's not a 4, not a 1, not a 2. In fact, those are a 2, 4 pair. That makes that a 3 and a 1. Can fill in these. That makes that a 4 and a 3 and an 8. So we've got that. We can just paint the town red with mark now, as they say. So that is a 6 and a 7 and a 2 and a 7. So no 7s there. I mean, 7 in this row goes here for sure. Over there. Let's see. I can, I guess, just mark up this stuff as well. So 4, 2 is not possible, because that would be another difference 2 line. So that's a 4, 8, 4. Is what is 4. So that's a 2 and an 8. That's a 2 and an 8. That is a 2 and a 5. That is a 4 and an 8 and a 4 and a 2 and a 3 and an 8 and a 4 and a 2 and a 4 and a 9 and a 2 and a 5, apparently. And so let's see. Those are a 1, 3. Let's see, 4, 5, 2, 4, 8. Okay, so these two 1, 3s are the same 1, 3. Oh, that 1, 6 pair tells me that's a 1. So, sorry, that 1, 6 tells me that's a 4. I was close. 2, 4, 8. Yeah, we can't repeat difference 2, so this has to be a difference 4 line. So that is a 3 and a 6 and a 1 and a 3 and a 7 and a 6. We've got these two to fill in with a 9 and a 7. And the betting tree is a 3. So congratulations to all the 3 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. Weirdo puzzle, but cool idea to sort of pay attention to what Sudoku allows you to do with the lines and sort of think about this globally. I wasn't a huge fan of this. The only thing I didn't like is the diamonds. I thought the diamonds were they were off theme a little bit, it felt like. I mean, I guess I liked the fact there was 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 3, and 1, 4, but I didn't like the break-in being to find this quad. I don't know. I'm not quite sure exactly what I would do, but I really liked the rest of the puzzle. It was fun to sort of play with, and the sort of degenerate Renban was also enjoyable. But yeah, there's a lot of neat steps to sort of put together here that I enjoyed. Alrighty. But I am going to take a quick break, and I'll be back with more puzzle goodness. So see you shortly. Alrighty, welcome back. We have up next a 99% sneaky puzzle. So let us have a look at the rules of this. I don't know why the title is poking off the top. Maybe it always does that, and I'm just now noticing it, but I can't fix it. Sorry. But we have the following puzzle. So I've always enjoyed this series from 99% sneaky. So what we have here is we have normal Sudoku rules, and we have a few standard variants. So we have thermometers, where the digits need to go up as you go along. Whispers, where the digits next to each other need to be different by at least 5. Renban, where the digits need to be consecutive, but in any order. And killer cages, where the digits can't repeat and need to sum to the appropriate total. And then we have these yellow digits, these yellow circles, where the yellow circles tell you how many odd digits are in that clue. So how many odd digits are along the thermo or in the cage or whatever. So that, do you have a recommended bet cell, Michael? There are lots of things we can sort of fill in for free. So, for example, the cages, of necessity, we know what parity they need to be. So, for example, there can only be 1 or 3 odd digits in a sum to 11. And there can only be 2, 4, or 6 odd digits in a sum to 34, but there certainly can't be 6, because if there were 6, then the 6 itself would be odd. So it can only be 2 or 4. Along a length 5 Renban, there are either 2 or 3 digits of odd digits that happen to occur. So we've got that happening. This one could actually be quite large if it wanted. I'm not quite sure. Row 6, column 8 is the bet tree. Okay. Now, is it actually possible to do this with only 2 even digits, or is it 2 odd digits, or is, like, can I throw in 2, 4, 6, and 8? If I throw in 2, 4, 6, and 8, those sum to 20, and then I would need 2 odd digits that summed to 14. So I could do 9 and 5. Okay, it would have to be 9 and 5. This digit can only be 3 or 5. Several people in chat are pointing out. And I don't think it can be 5. Oh, no, it could be 5, right? but it's the number of odd digits along here. Oh, sorry. It couldn't be. Sorry. It can be. It's at least 3 and at most 5. So it can be 4 still, I think. So it's 3, 4, or 5. And let's see. Do any of these obviously break? Oh, this cell can't be 3. If this cell is 3, it makes that a 1, which makes that cell break. That's very cute. So this is a 4 or a 5 only. And so that makes this go from 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, up to 4, 5, going over there. And of course, then this is 5, 6, 7, 8, and 6, 7, 8, 9, going over down there. Let's see. Right. Okay, so the point is that this number is either 4 or 5, and if it's a 4, every other digit on the thermo is odd, and if it's a 5, every digit on the thermo is odd. And so the point is that that every digit other than this one on the thermo has to be odd, which in fact means that has to be 3, and we get our 3 dance. Badoop badoop. Woo! Badoop badoop. Wah! Badoop badoop. Wah! Badoop 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 badoop. Woohoo! Also, congrats to Tristan. Tristan found the correct way to say that deduction. So that's a 1 and that's a 3. So this is a 5 or 7. This is a 7 or 9. These two digits are odd and sum to 8, so they are 1 and 7 for sure. Let's see. So we've got all of that. This is the 2 for sure. Let's see. There is a 3 along here somewhere. So this certainly can't be as large as 5. Because if this were 5, I would need to fill this thing with odd digits, and I would run out of them. If this is 4, I would need to fill the rest of this with odd digits, and I would run out of them. So this can only be 1, 2, or 3 for sure. I might be able to do better than that. Yes, Patrick, I love this rule set. This is, I don't know, the 5th puzzle I've done maybe with this rule set. I quite enjoy this. It is very clever and always ends up with lots of really neat, unique sorts of logical deductions that I enjoy. Okay. So there has to be a 2 along these cells. Because if I don't use a 1 and a 3, the only low digits I can use up here are 2 and 4. But one of these has to be low. And whichever of them is low can't be a 4. So in fact, one of these 2 cells exactly has to be a 2. Just to look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there's 8 total things along this line. This one sees the entirety of this whisper. So this one has to be at least, it's either a 1 or a 2, which it probably is, or it has to be huge. But I don't know quite which of those it is that's happening. Do I break this 34 cage if I make both of these high? I don't think so. Let's see, I need a bunch of 6, 7, 8, 9s, but I don't need so many that I think that would break. I don't think so. So this cell is certainly 1, 2, 3, or 4, and it's not 4 because it's in the midway along a German whisper. Oh, these are a high-low pair. Sorry, in my brain vish, when I looked at this, I thought these two were in the same spot, but these are opposite spots. So one of them is high and one of them is low. So that's irrelevant. I know there's a 2 in here. And 1 and 3 are gone. So that's putting some pressure on this, but not super interestingly. Eckbert says this is 1, 2, 3, or 4. I don't quite see why. It's certainly at most 7. It's not 5. It's not 6. So the question is, can I really put 7 odds on here? And I think the answer is I can't, because if I try and put 7 odds on here, then I'm going to run into the problem that these are going to have to be a 1-2 pair. And as soon as these are a 1-2 pair, I've got 2 evens on the line because there's a 2 up here as well, and that's not going to work. So this is always low. It's not 4 either. And so if that's low, this is low. So this is from 1, 2, 3, 4. However, this sees this entire Renban, and so this could never be 3 or 4, because this Renban definitely has a 3 and a 4 on it. So this is only able to be 1 or 2. Now that we've sort of seen that that can't be 7. Yeah, so this ended up being not as bad as I at first feared it was going to be when I looked at the circle to figure out. So if there's a 1 on this Renban at all, it is definitely over here because of that one. In fact, it's definitely there. Exactly. And if this is a 1, that would go 2, 3. But I don't immediately see a problem with... Oh, no, I do see a problem with that. Right. Okay, so... if there's a 1, there's no 1 on here because of this cell, is the point. If I put a 1 on this Renban, well, then it's got a 1 and a 2 on it, and it breaks this cell. So there's no 1 anywhere on this Renban for whatever that is worth. And so... oh, so this can't be a 2, because if this is a 2, then this Renban would therefore be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, but that's 3 odds, not 2. So this is definitely a 3. And if it is a 3, then that means it's not 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Oh, why am I counting evens all of a sudden? Sorry, you're right. Sorry, I counted evens instead of odds for reasons that I don't understand. So yeah, so this could be 2. It could be 2, is the point. Let's see. Okay, so the other whisper is definitely 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, because of the reason that I said, but backwards, because if you count correctly the thing I said, there need to be 2 odds on this, which mean there need to be 3 evens, which means it needs to start at an even, and so the even it starts at needs to be 2, and so this is 3, 4, 5, 6, for sure. So there we go. Oh, I guess I can place this 2, can't I? Maybe I should place the 2, because these are low, so that's low, so that's low. So that 2 goes up there. These are an 8, 9 pair. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. This is not 6 and not 7, so this is 8 or 9. And this is 7, 8, or 9 if I want. So there's definitely an odd there for sure. So that's at least one odd. Not that that's super exciting. At least one of these is odd, actually. Because if these were both even, they would both be 8, which would be a problem. So this number can't be 1. So it's at least 2 or 3 for whatever that is worth. Maybe not a lot, in fact. Maybe not as much as I at first had hoped, actually. So if this is a 3... Well, this is... Oh, so this is a 2 or a 3. So that means no matter what, there's 2 more odd digits on this line, per Tris logic from earlier. And one of those 2 odd digits is the one that's up here, and one of them is the one that's here, and therefore there are no more odd digits on this line. So therefore, that is a 4 and that's a 2 by Tris logic. So that's a 3 and that's a 3. So that is an 8 or a 9. That's an 8 or a 9. And in fact, that's 9 and 9 and 8 and 8. And now this whisper, I do know it really is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, and that cell is no longer able to be a 3. That cell is no longer able to be a 3. That cell is no longer able to be a 3. And these are a triple that don't contain 1 or 7. So these are 4, 5, and 6, which is, I guess, not shocking, given the whisper in the box that we have. If this digit is low, it's a 1. Otherwise, it's high, and it's a 7. Oh, so this digit's only ever 1 or 7, actually. Because if you look at it, what it can be is that it can't be 2, 3, 4. Can't be 5 because it's on a whisper. Can't be 6 because it would put a 1 there. Could be 7, can't be 8 or 9. So this is always odd. So this can't be a 1, because if this is 1, that would be 2 odds. And so therefore, this is always a 2. And once that's a 2, that tells me there's a low digit here, which tells me this is low, which means this is a 1. And yes, I could have done that by high-lowity, but that would have been lame. This is a 6 or an 8, but it's not a 6. So that is an 8. This is a 7 or a 9. 7 doesn't work because this could only be a 1. Wait. Sorry. Right. 7 doesn't work because it could only be a 1, and this is, in fact, forced to be a 4. So that's a 9. I should have just done it in the other order. It would have worked better. Rather than doing it in the order that I did do it. Okay, so 1 is placed in this box. It's placed here. So this digit is known. 3, 4, 5, 6. It's a 7. These digits are certainly markable, and probably something will fall out if I look at them. Maybe not yet. Close, though. Let's see. This must be the 9, because if that were the 9, it wouldn't be the bet tree. Good spot from Sayori. This also sees the whole Renban. So it's not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7. So this can only actually be 8 or 9 for what it's worth. This row needs a 1 for sure, and the 1 has got to be over here somewhere. Let's see. 2 in this box. No. This cage needs an 8, right? No, it doesn't. It can get away without an 8 if that cell is, or sorry, if there's no, or if there's a 7. So if there's no 8, it would have to be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, which annoyingly does have 4 odd digits, so it would work. Very annoying. Oh, but it doesn't have a 3, has been called. So now that it doesn't have a 3, it does have to have an 8, MicroStudy points out, which means that it has to go there. just by Sudoku. And so in both cases, the number of odd digits... No, that's not true. Sorry. I was about to say something that was wrong, as one would expect. Oh, it needs a 4, and the 4 can only go there. Done. Okay. So now that that is a 4, we know that we've got all odd digits left. So these are 1, 5, 7, 9. And so that is not a 5, and this is a 2 or a 6, and it's not a 2, so that's a 6, and that's a 2. So no 6s, no 4, no 4s up here, no 4 there, no 4 or 6 there, no 2 there. So we've got all of that. That was fun. The interaction there was very cute. There's a few people point out, including Nicholas and Sayori, there's a 5, 6, 7 triple on this Renban, so that's a 4. So no 4 goes there. There is a 4 up here. It doesn't go there, so the 4 up here goes in one of those two cells. One of these two is a 3. So yeah, the 3 in this box goes in one of those two spots, which is also kind of interesting. There's a 5, 6 pair in this column. I don't know if it's going to do very much, but it at least gives us this 7 and tells us that those are a 5, 6 pair. But it does, because it gives us the 4 over there. That's the 4. Okay, so it does do something. So that's not a 4. One of these two has to be a 6. I don't know which one it is, but one of them is a 6. Can pencil mark these. These are only 5. Oh, this is just the one, just by Sudoku. That's what I should have said. We'll just pretend I said that this is the one by Sudoku rather than by pencil marking these and finding a triple. So that's not a 5. So it is a 3 or a 6, and that's not a 5. It is a 6, and that's a 5, which makes that a 3, and that a 5, and that a 6. 5, no 6, no 5s up there. We can paint this box. Those are a 1, 8 pair. Oh, that's an 8, 9 pair, so that's just a 5 while we're at it. Those aren't 5, and they're not 8 or 9 either. These are 2, 4. Intriguing. This is almost a triple. Not quite a triple, but close. I think Nicholas is a little behind. Let's see. What about this row? This can only be 6 or 7, apparently. Well, that one's not 6. So that one's 7 or 9. So one of these two is 6. This is always 7, 8, or 9. So it's only 8 or 9. So that's an 8, 9 pair in this row, which means the 3 in this row is placed here. And that has been available for a long time if we looked at it. That's a 2 just to finish off the row. This is a 7 or a 9 to finish off the box. These are something. They don't include a 6. They're 1 in the last 7, 8, 9. Oh, row 8, column 2 is... Oh, there's a 4, 5, 6 triple here. Okay, so this is therefore... Oh, and a 7, 8, 9... A 7, 9 pair. Okay, so that's beautiful. Okay, so Martin points out this is looked at by a 4, 5, 6 triple and an 8, 9 pair. Or sorry, and a 7, 9 pair. So this is just an 8. Very nice. And this 1-7 pair looks over there. Microstudy points out, making that a 5. There is a 4 in one of these cells. Don't think I know which one just yet, unfortunately. Although if that's a 4, of course, that's going to be a little bit interesting. If this is a 1, I would need all of these to be even. Oh, and they can't be. Right, okay, so this can't be a 1 anymore. Because if this is a 1, then I would need this to go 2, 4, 6, 8. Oh, no, darn it, that's possible. That's still possible for whatever reason. Okay, never mind. So let's see. Sutter logic means that's what happens. I am inclined to agree that as soon as I saw that that actually was possible, I am inclined to believe that is the universe in which we live. 3 in this box is definitely in one of these 2 cells. Oh, sorry, that's just not true. Don't listen to me. Why did I ignore I don't know. Yeah, nothing interesting over there yet. Yeah, I guess we can just good lift this whole thing. It's 5. So this cell is at most 5, but at least 2. And so it can only be 2 or 5 just by Sudoku alone. So now this cell is at least 3 and at most 6. But it's not 3 or 5. It's always 4 or 6. So there sees both 6s in box 6. Yes. Microstudy's point is one of these 2 is always 6. That's the point. Okay. One of these 2 is 6. And this cell sees both of them. Because if that's a 6, this can't be a 6 by thermo. And if that's a 6, this can't be a 6 by Sudoku. So this is always a 4, which makes that a 2 and a 1. Which makes that a 6 and an 8. There we go. Okay. We didn't have to do anything bad there, other than good lift this thermo. So that is a 7 and a 9 and a 6 and a 5 and a 6 and a 4 and a 5 and a 1 and a 7. 7, 1, 7. There we go. And we can mark over down here. 2, 6. Do you think setters who set for speed setting competitions would have an aesthetic that would make setter logic apply to their puzzles? That's my question, Microstudy. I feel like the aesthetic of someone who sets for speed solving competitions is going to have a very different aesthetic for what it is that they're going to use to make their choices. This appears to be a 5. 7, 9, 5, 6, 7, 8, 3, 6, 9, 3, and the betting tree, it is a 9. Congratulations to all the 9 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. That was a really great puzzle, 99% sneaky. I really liked that. I mean, this is, of course, appealing to like all of my Zeta inclinations all at once, because it has circles that count things, and then it has a sort of potpourri mix of clues. So really all sorts of things. So very nice. Plus it has Renban in it. All right, I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be right back, and we'll do another puzzle. Welcome back. We are back with a Bremster puzzle. I always feel like I do far too few Bremster puzzles. Every time I do a Bremster puzzle, I love it, and then I'm sad I have not done more Bremster puzzles. But we will attempt to start to write the ship of Bremster puzzles by doing this this killer puzzle. Hey, Music Huber, welcome. And yes, Sudoku time. Alrighty, so this is a killer puzzle, so just the sum of the digits in a cage has to be equal to the number at the top left corner, so these need to sum to 7, these need to sum to 6, these need to sum to 19, and you can't repeat digits in the cage, so I cannot do that, and even Sven won't like it, because Sven will yell at you if you try and do that. I think Sven will also yell at you if you do that. No, Sven will not yell at you if you do that. Okay, so we have several cages that are forced. Oh, I should put in a betting tree. So a 7 cage is always 1, 2, 3. Sorry, 1, 2, 4. 6 cage is 1, 2, 3 in 3. And by the way, if you don't know these things, there's this little handy-dandy killer calculator, which you can't quite see. I'm going to have Tristan look at the layout of this after this, because I think something got bumped. It's probably my fault with the overlay, where the instructions are now sort of like part hanging off the screen. This gives us what I like to call a Z-wing on 1s and 2s. Which is just to say that in row 3, I need to put 1s and 2s, and I can't put them there, and I can't put them there. So the 1 and the 2 always go in these cells. Also, the thing Sayori spotted right away was that this has to be 4, 5, 6 now, and so I'm going to guess the way Sayori spotted this is to note that this is 6 cells summing to 21, and 6 cells summing to 21 are always 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which means that we've got 7, 8, 9 hanging out over here. So we've got that. Oh, this is also forced. Oh, right, because these sum to 22, and so 6 cells summing to 22 are always 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, and so there's a 7 in here. Along with a 5 and a whatever else it was, a 3. So that means these are 6, 8, 9, which is very nice because it gets me a corner marked 6 here and a corner marked 7 here because of this 6, 7, 8 quadruple. Sorry, 6, 7, 8, 9 quadruple in the row means that's not a 6 and that's not a 7. For whatever it is worth. Means there's a 5 up here for whatever it is worth. Sorry. Chad is pointing out there's a 1, 2, 3, 4 quad in this row, so that's not a 3 and that's not a 4. So agree with that. So there's always a 3. Oops. Always a 3 down here, and there's always a 4 down here. So the none 3 and 4 digits, the none 1 and 2 digits here are from 5, 6, 7. So one of these digits is a 5, a 6, or a 7. This one's certainly not a 7. Can't be a 6 either, actually, because if this was a 6, those would be 1, 2, but those would also be 1, 2, and that would create a 1, 2 triple. I'm not allowed to do that. So I've got that. Aha! Okay, that's a very good way to think about that, Sayori points out. In row 2, where am I putting 7, 8, and 9? And the answer is only these 3 cells, because I can't put a 7 or 8 or 9 in a 3-cell 29 cage. And so these 3 cells are a 7, 8, 9 hidden triple, meaning that in particular is a 7. And we get our second 7 dance of the day. Incredibly rare, incredibly special. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Also, by the way, if you have not yet liked the stream, please do. It is greatly appreciated if you could just click the thumbs up button. It makes YouTube happy, and hence makes us happy. So please do that for us. Please and thank you. Oh, I could have just said this 1, 2, 3, 4 quad means that this cell's not 1, 2, 3, but every 9 cage needs 2 1, 2, 3s. So this has been 1, 2, 3 sort of since the beginning. And this is 4 or 6. Oh, it's not 4, actually. Sorry. This can only be 6. 6 is the only number that is left to go here. So this is a 6, meaning that those are 1 and 2, and these are an 8, 9 pair. Sorry, if I'd have actually filled in the 8, 9 pair when I said that this was a 7, 8, 9 hidden triple, then I would have seen that in a way that was less convoluted, but whatever, good enough. Things are going well. I'm not going to complain too much. I'm going to disagree with Sven here and say those can't be any of these things. Those are just a 3, 4, 5 triple. Okay, so one of these is a 7. And whichever of these is a 7 goes with a 1, 3 in this row, which means this can't be a 1. So that's a 2 and that's a 1, very cutely. So these sum to 9. 22 minus 9 is what? 22 minus 9. I guess the point is just actually, maybe the easier way to do it is to say one of these is a 7 with a 1, 3. And so then 1, 2, 3 are gone for the cage where this is a 2, and those need to be a 4, 5. So these are always from 1, 3, 4, 5, is the point. Maybe I actually should have done that as math and said that these 5 cells sum to 24 minus 9, which is 15. So these have to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whichever way you wanted to think about it. Anyway, these are 6, 7, 8, 9 now. So they're huge. Which in particular is going to mean that that digit can't be very large. It's always a 1, 2, or a 3. And this digit can't be very large. It's a 1, 2, 3, or 4 in order to make that work out. So we've got that going on. Now we can do we can actually do math for this cell, it's being pointed out, because these cells sum to 33. Sorry, that's not, no, it is true. 33 is what they sum to. Oops. But these I know sum to 30 because they're just 6, 7, 8, 9. So these two need to sum to 3, and so therefore they need to be a 1, 2 pair. And now 3 plus 18 plus 19 is 40, so therefore that digit's a 5. And so these aren't 5. And I know that one of these therefore is a 4. Oh! Actually, the 5 is just placed. So that's the 5 and the 4 and the 2 and the 7. I missed this 5 somehow. So we've got that. So all kinds of... This is a gorgeous puzzle, by the way, Bremster. I'm quite enjoying this. Let's see. Yeah, I think Tristan is off somewhere. So I think Tristan might be at the store or something. So there is no betting, I am afraid. There's a 1, 2, 4 triple in this column, so this 10 cage can only be 3, 7. And there's a 1, 2, 3 triple in this column, so this one can only be 4, 6. So that's not a 6. For whatever that is worth. Okay. Now... Oh, not quite. So these aren't 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, well, this isn't 3, 5, I guess, because there's a 3, 5 looking down at it. So this is 2, 6 or 1, 7. Is that worth filling in? I don't know. I'm not quite sure. Are you telling me that can't be a 5? Todd? If this can't be a 5, I'm not quite sure why. Okay. 9 in this row, Sayori points out, is always going to have to go in the 22 cage because I can't put a 9 in a 3-cell 11 cage. So there's always a 9 here. And 9 plus 8 plus 5 is 22. So the 8 can't go in here. The 8 has to go in an 11 cage with a 1 and a 2. So one of these is 8, 1, 2. I don't immediately see how I know which it is, though. Oh, let's see. I'm being told the 22 is just forced. Oh, weird. Yeah, the 22... Oh, sorry. It can be... Right, so the other 2 digits need to sum to 8. And so they're either 1, 7 or 2, 6. And they can't be 2, 6, so they're 1, 7. Okay. Yep, that makes sense. So yeah, so once I know 2 of the digits, I know the other 2 sum to 8, and then it just so happens there's only one way to do that with what's left in the box. So that is 3 and 7. That is not 1. That is not 7. So now the other of these cages, the one that doesn't have the 8... well, this one's got a 5 in it, just by Sudoku. There's a 5 in these cells. In fact, there's a 5 there. So that makes this the 1, 2, 8 cage. Because, remember, one of these 2 had an 8 in this row, and it's this one. So if that's 1, 2, 8, that means there's no 8 up there. That means there is an 8 over here. So the 16 cage... do I know what's happening with it yet? If it has a... Well, the 9 isn't over here, because 8 plus 9 is 17. So there is a 9 in these cells. So it could be 9 and 7. No, 9 and 7 is already too much. It can only be 9 and 6 with a 1, because that actually is minimum now, is 9 and 6 with a 1. So we get all of that. Sorry, my math in my head was not good originally. But we got there eventually. And so, therefore, these are 7, 8 with a 2. Placing a 2 there, a 3 there, a 1 there, 4 there, and a 2 there. Okay. All well and good. So, we've got all of that. So, I know what this pair is just by Sudoku, if I pay attention. It's not 8, 6, 9. In fact, actually, I even know the order of the pair. 4 plus 7 is 11. That makes that an 8. So this digit... Oh, that's a 3, by the way, and has been for a long time. I just never filled it in. 9 and 8. This triple, I probably am going to know exactly what happens. So yeah, that's the 6. These are a 3, 9. Oh, I said that this was a 7, 8, and then I didn't fill it in. So this is a 4 or a 6, but it can't be a 6 because 6 plus 5 already is 11. That seems to be the theme of the puzzle, is that you can't put a digit in a cage that has 2 more digits if it would already make the digits in the cage sum to that total. So that is a 2. Okay, so then now... This cage is now forced to be 2, 6 because it's not 1, 7 and it's not 3, 5. So this is always 2, 6. The 2 is now forced into this 19 cage. So we can rule in a 2. Oh, and the 2 is just outright placed in the cage, actually. I'm going to need these 2 to add up to 9 without using 2 or 6 or 4. So these can only actually be 1, 8 now. So now I'm going to need a 1 in my 19 cage because otherwise it's not going to work. And that 1 can now only go here. which actually sorts out all of that magically. So now the 4 in this row is now definitely in here. So there's definitely a 4. Oops, sorry. There's definitely a 4 now in here just by Sudoku. Let's see. So I've either got 3, 9 or 5, 7 joining this down here. Yep, sure do. Need to have a 6 up here somewhere. Oh, well, I know the 6 is in one of the... Oh, the 6 is just placed here, actually, by Sudoku, if I pay attention. The 6 is placed here by Sudoku. That helps a lot, because that tells me this is always a 3 or a 5. And so if that's a 3 or a 5, then these digits are the 4, and the 7 are the 9. And that one's not the 7, that one's not the 9. Let's see. Oh, 5 is placed in this row is really handy. Okay, so very strange. I'll do that one in a second. I'm going to do the Zackwing on 6s first, because there's a 6 in one of these two cells and a 6 in one of these two cells. So the 6 in this column can only go here, which I thought was going to do something immediately, but maybe did not immediately do something. Let's see. What is left down here? It is 5, 8, 9. Okay, so now I will do this 5, although I can't. I assume there is a different way to do this, which is that. Oh, okay. So this is a different way to do it that is actually sort of the same way, which is to actually notice that there's a Zackwing on 5s, because the 5 in column 1 and column 9 are both in rows 8 and 9. So the 5 in this box has to be here, which then sorts out everything. Okay, I'm happy with that. That is a little nicer for this puzzle than the random hidden single. So that is the 4. Not that there's anything wrong with hidden singles, but given how smooth this puzzle had been so far, I didn't imagine that a hidden single was going to be the intended step. 3, 4, 5, 6. But the Zackwing use made perfect sense to me. 9, 7, 8. 8, 6, 9. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't bat an eye at a hidden single in most of the puzzles we do, but an arbitrary hidden single in a puzzle where the solve path was so very deliberate, like going from the top to the bottom, looking at one cage at a time through it, it didn't seem like that was likely the intended way to resolve everything at the end, to me. And the version where we noticed that was very much in line with the break-in, because even in the break-in we had sort of that kind of logic. 7, 8, 9, 3, 9. Yes, this is a gorgeous puzzle. I really love this. 3, 4, and the bet tree is a 5. So congratulations to all the 5 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. Also, congratulations to Bremster on getting like 1,000+ solves on this. That is a lot of solves. Lombardo asks about the marking multiple cells. Unfortunately, that's not built into Sudoku Pad, at least not yet. You need to download a Tamper Monkey script from Chameleon if you want the auto mark a bunch of cells button. There is, if you ping someone, or if you ask on my Discord, someone will link you to the software that you need to, Lombardo. I can't imagine it's going to stay out for long. Like, I imagine Sven's going to add it because it's pretty, it's very helpful, and it seems exactly like the kind of thing that Sven wants to have included in Sudoku Pad. Of course, I'm not speaking for Sven, but just judging by the wonderful support Sven has provided for Sudoku Pad, it seems likely that something like it will appear eventually. Yeah, the Simon button that finishes the coloring for you. before you enter the last digit. That would be very helpful. Yeah, just ask in zetamath discussion and someone will help you. Alrighty, I'm going to take a quick break and I'll be back with another puzzle. So see you all in just a moment. All right, welcome back. Next up, we have what I believe is a debut on the channel, or for Blashirk. I'm not quite sure how to pronounce this. This name. But we have a puzzle with Renban, so of course I'm going to do it. So here we have red dots, which separate digits that sum to 9, and all red dots are given. So there's a negative constraint on red dotitude. And then we have our Renbans, which indicate that the digits are consecutive in some order. But no one knows quite what order. And we're going to have a very quick digit dance. I'm going to, by the way, I'll fill in a bet tree over here. That digit has to be a 9 because 9 is the only digit that can't appear on a red dot. So we will take our 9 dance and we will be grateful for it. Let's go. Ba-boop, ba-doop. Woohoo! Ba-doop, ba-doop. Waha! Ba-doop, ba-doop. Wee-hee! Ba-doop, ba-doop. Waha! Ba-doop, 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 waha! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. I also see that I'm going to want, I think, to color my dominoes. That is my different, maybe purple is a bad choice on this grid. My dominoes, because I see that this domino can't be any of these. So this has to be orange. And therefore these two cells have to be orange. because this domino can't have these digits next to each other because of the negative constraint. So this is a non-orange digit. Let's see. Okay, so orange isn't 4, 5. Oh, maybe that's not true. I don't think that's quite true. Don't listen to me. So these aren't yellow or green if you look down this column. And so therefore these are a blue-orange pair, exactly as Garian suggests. And if those are blue-orange, it certainly means this isn't orange or blue or green. So this domino is now yellow because that's all the oranges in column 2. Certainly I can't put a green here. Certainly I can put a blue here. So that's yellow by Zackwing on orange. In fact, you could just ask where did the oranges actually go in this column, and the oranges in this column actually go here. So orange is 4, 5. Because 4, 5 is the only sum to 9 that can fit on a length 3 Renban. Very nice. So those are 4, 5. Those are 4, 5. These are all 4, 5. So that means this digit is a 3 or a 6. Conveniently, 3 and 6 do sum to 9. Means none of these digits are 3 or 6, weirdly. It's incredibly bizarre, but it's true. Greens in this box are placed because they have to go there and there. Otherwise, they break the negative constraint. Blues in this box, well, one of my blues has to go here. Because my blues can't both go here and here because that would break the blue domino down here. So one of these is blue. Or sorry, so that's blue, which now means that down here is a 9 for whatever that's worth. And this is a blue 9 pair. Yes, yellow has to be 3, 6. Good point, because it's next to a 4, 5 on a Renban. Very good, very good. Yes, I should have noticed that. So, yes, yellow is 3, 6. And this cell is not 4 or 5, so this can only be 2 or 7 for what it is worth. Yes, this yellow in column 2, Russ points out, goes here. One of these could be the 5. This Renban definitely has a 5 on it, and 5 is orange, is what I'm thinking about. It doesn't go there. It doesn't go there. So the 5 on this Renban is either here or here. But I don't know which yet, I don't think. Right. There are two greens to place in this box. They can only go there and there, which makes that yellow. Which means I don't have both yellows on this Renban. I only have one yellow. So this Renban is either 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, or that's too many digits. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or so in particular, this Renban has both oranges on it, so this can't be orange. That's the way to say this, I think, right? Wait, can that be true? I can't have both oranges on it, can I? No, it doesn't have both oranges. Okay, so it's extreme, is what we're saying. This Renban is extreme. It has a 1 or a 9 on it. Because it doesn't have both yellows was the thing I saw, but it does have... but it also doesn't have both oranges, because if I make this orange, it can't have both oranges, and if I make this not orange, it can't have both oranges. And so, therefore, this Renban is extreme and contains a 1 or a 9, actually. And therefore, it contains no repeated colors. So these two. Oh, okay. And the easiest way to do this is to just notice that these are blue, because this domino can't be yellow or green by lack of dots, and it can't be orange by the column. So these are blue. And as soon as that's blue, by my previous argument, these can't be blue, because if these were blue, again, then I couldn't have. Well, if these were blue, there would be 3 blues in the row. So those are orange, and these are blue. And so that's the 5, because we don't have anywhere else to put it. So that's the 4. That's the 5 and the 4. And now remember, this Renban is extreme, so so this just this Renban doesn't have a 4 on it, so it has a 9 on it. That is the easiest way to do this. Okay. I was doing this in a way more complicated way that was completely unnecessary. It doesn't have a 4, so it has a 9. It can't be 4 or 5 because of the negative constraint, Nicholas. Nicholas is asking why this can't be 4 or 5, because there's a negative constraint on red dots. This is not orange and it's not blue, so this is yellow or green. Right. Yellow is 3, 6, and so this is the 6, and that. So this is the 6, and that's the 3. So that's a 6, and that's a 3. Hey, Gurban. Okay. Oh, this can't be yellow because this cell's yellow. I just never colored it. I long ago learned that yellow is 3, 6, so this is not yellow. This is the other one. So let us see. There's a yellow up here at least. Okay, that's really clever from Sayori. 9 can't go on this Renban, because if 9 goes on this Renban, it needs a 7 and an 8. However, wait, there could be a green 7, 8 on here, right? I don't quite believe Sayori yet. Close. Yes, 9 in box 2 is definitely placed. These are certainly a green-blue pair. I'm being told this is green. Yes. Okay, so this is not yellow, and it's not blue, and it's not orange. So this is therefore green. Very good. And so now green is 2, 7. Which makes blue 1, 8. And that one's... So that's a 7 and that's an 8. So we've got all of that. People are pointing out I can probably figure out what that is, actually. And the blue in this box is now placed here. So then this is the remaining... Oh, this is just the 9. That was just by the negative constraint there, by the way. So we've got all of that. So there's a 7 over here for sure. I'm going to mark that. There's a 7 up here somewhere. I'll mark that. Okay, and so now Sayori's point works, which is that there's no 8 on this Renban, so there's no 9 on it. And if there's no 9 on it, that means the 9 has to go here. So we've got that. These two are the same color. whatever that color is, because whether it be yellow or green, or sorry, yellow or orange, these two are both that color, because there are two of the same color up here. I don't know whether that color is yellow or orange yet. I'm going to squint at it for a second and see if there's a way that I would know. I don't think so. Oh, there's a triple down here that I could use, which is 1, 2, and 6. But this one can't be 1 for sure. Because then this would need a 2, and it can't have 1. So if this was 2, these would need to be 3, 4. Oh, this can't be a 2, by the way, because it's next to a 7. If this were a 6, I don't quite know what we could do with it. Oh, right, we know there's a 7 up here. Haha, yes. If I corner mark the 7, as Jaleb and 57 Thorns point out, that means this can't be a 2. So that's a 6 and a 1 and a 2. And we should get their colors in. This is blue and yellow and green. And then this is 7, 8 or 7, 5. Whichever it happens to be. Oh, the 7 doesn't go next to the 2, so the 7 goes over here, in fact. Which is handy. Let's see. So the... there's a 1, 8 pair in the row, so that probably helps sort this out. So that's a 5, so that means these are both orange, and these are both yellow by our previous... Excuse me. By our previous note. So those are 3, 6. That's 4, and that's 5. Yellow in this column, the other yellow can't go there and can't go there, so the other yellow in this column goes here. Thank you. I didn't do quite perfectly, but I got close. That can't be green, so now these are both green, just to keep the greens apart. Oops. And so these are both blue now. So I will take these as 1, 8. Now in this column, I have 2 yellows to place, and for multiple reasons, those 2 yellows have to go here and here, which makes that blue. These are 3, 6. This column is almost done. It needs a green, though, which then conveniently gives me a green Zac wing, which places the greens over here, making that a 7 and that a 2. Uh-oh, I broke it. Oh, no, it's not broken. Sorry, it's not broken because there is a red dot there, making these 2, 7. Momentary, brief spark of panic. This is orange. I realized these were both going to have to be green, and that was going to be a problem before I processed that there was a red dot between them, is what happened. I don't know why I put a 6 there. That should be a 5. There needs to be a blue in exactly that place, in fact. There needs to be a 2 in exactly that cell. These are an orange and a 9, actually. However that happens to work. This could be a 3, 6 or a 1, 8. I don't think I know immediately which one it is. Oh, I know what color this is. This has to be blue. Okay. And now I know there's another blue in the box that has to go here, actually. And now both of my yellows can't go here, so one of my yellows goes here. Oh, and the 9 is here just by Sudoku now, and so this is the other yellow. So those are 3, 6. Oops, 3, 6. Okay. So now this doesn't connect to a yellow, which would be one of the things it could connect with. So the other thing it could connect with is a blue, and so it has to be blue now. And blue is 1 or 8. In this case, it's an 8, which makes that a 7 and a 2. Makes that a 2 and a 7. Makes that a 2 and a 7. Makes that a 1 and an 8. 1 and an 8. 1 and an 8. 8 and a 1. 1 and an 8. 1 and an 8. So now one of these is a 9. The 9 is placed there. That'll be helpful, which will place the 9 there. And I think that's all the 9s now. That is all the 9s. So this is an orange. 4 or 5. Still 4 or 5. This is the remaining yellow. This is the remaining orange. It is true. It is for once in history, the green color did not by coincidence turn out to be 5, which is very, very hurtful to certain cases, I am told. This is a 1. That is orange, and that is yellow. And now green, orange, yellow. This is the last yellow. This is the last blue. Okay, so our coloring is done. So we probably have to finish some more of our Sudoku. So that is a 3, making that a 6 and a 3, making that a 6 and a 3, that a 3 and a 6, that a 3, 6, 3, 6, 3, deet doot deet doot deet doot. We have a request for human flesh for the 9s. That is very reasonable. So that is a 6, making that a 5 and a 4. Making that a 5 and a 4. Making that a 5 and a 4. Making that a 4 and a 5. And a 4 and a 5. That 1 looks at that 8, and it looks like our last, by color math, it looks like our last digit is an orange. And the orange is a 4. So congratulations to all the 4 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. 11.8% of the bettors. Enjoy your points. I mean, all the new viewers eventually have to contend with the human flesh color, I suppose. But there has been a request to refer to colors and not flavors of human flesh, if I recall correctly from earlier streams. That is preferred. Tristan says there is an announcement that he needs to make. Is it about the SudokuCon stream, or is it about something else? The SudokuCon stream. We are not, in fact, pregnant. I do not believe. Is Tristan hinting that I should stop? I was going to do a 6x6 rather than just end stream immediately, but if Tristan feels I should have, I should end here, I can do a 6x6. Okay, I now have permission from Tristan to do a 6x6. Let us do let's see. Okay, so let us do Vish's puzzle. So this is a 6x6 that needs to be divided into contiguous regions, each with a different size from 1 cell to 8 cells. What does 1 through 8 sum to? 8 times 7 over 2, 28. Regions may contain any number of circles, including 0. No region may contain a digit greater than its size. How did I do that wrong? Oh, because it's 8 plus 9 divided by 2. sorry, 8 times 8 plus 1 divided by 2. Sorry, I did 8 choose 2 and not 9 choose 2. And so we'll put yeah, exactly. Yeah, it is 9 choose 2, not 8 choose 2, as Jaleb says. And no region may contain a digit greater than its size, but digits may repeat in a region. And what does a circle do? The digit in each circle is the size of it's region. Okay. So also there is a warning here that it's perfectly okay if there's multiple ways to break things into regions at the end of the puzzle. That is permitted. So we have all of those because digits can't repeat within regions, right? Well, the circle contains the size of the region, so even if digits can repeat within regions, digits can definitely repeat within regions, but I can't have 2 circles in the same region. Yeah, because there's a region of size 8, so there's probably repeated digits. But the 2 circles can't be in the same region within a box or a row, because then you would have a repeated digit in a box, and that's not allowed. Okay, so we've got at least that much so far. So I'm noticing there are lots of these ones that sort of are a little constrained in how they can grow, but not completely. And of course, not everything has to grow, because one thing can have size 1, and that's okay. I'm trying to decide what to do with this sort of traffic jam of circles up here, because it seems like it would be useful. That's true. The circles can't be for the giant regions. So there's a region of size 7 and a region of size 8 that take up 15 cells and don't have a circle in them. That is a fair point. And I can have multiple circles inside the same region. That's okay. So that's something. What else can we do? So this region certainly never takes that cell, at least. Yeah, we definitely have multiple circles in some regions. That's true, because there's only 6 regions that can have a circle, and there are 9 circles. It does not contain 7 and 8. It's because regions can have repeated digits, Ranks, is the problem. So yeah, so we've got to somehow join up some pairs of these. But like I could join up that easily without any problem. And I only need to join up one more. So I could join up, say, that and that. And then I think I'd be okay. You can't fill 7 or 8 into a circle, Ranks. So the regions that have 7 or 8 cells don't have circles. I understand that people think I have to connect box 2 to box 5, but I don't understand why. People think that. Because I'm only over by... Oh, it's by the pigeonhole principle. I have 3 unique regions here and 4 unique regions here, and they come from 6 total regions. And so the point is there has to be an overlap. So yeah, so one of these does have to connect to one of these. Okay, I believe that. Let's see. Oh, I should turn on row column labels, by the way. So are these the two that have the shortest distance between them? Yes, I think these are the closest, and I don't think there's any way I can wiggle this that will result in a... I mean, sorry, doesn't have to be this shape, to be clear. I'm not claiming it's this shape. I'm just claiming that the taxi cab distance between these is 6. And so I think these have to be the same region. Which should not be green because I'm about to write 6s in there. So these are both of size 6 in order to make that possibly work. And so this is also always part of the 6. And it does not connect downward. So we've got that. So there's a 3 up here. Okay, so we have 9 total circles, and we need to pair off at least 3 circles in order to get to only needing sizes 1 through 6. So we've paired off 1 pair of circles, so we now need to pair off 2 more pairs of circles, right? So I need to connect these 2, and I need to connect these 2, because I think those are the only ones I can possibly connect. Because I need 2 more sets of circles to pair off. And I can't connect this one around here. Yeah, and if I connect this one down here, then I need to connect this one to somewhere that's at least 6 away. So that's not going to work. So these 2 need to connect. They can be orange. And these 2 need to connect. They can be green, because these are going to have size 5 when they connect. This is going to have size 3 or 4 only as possibilities. Green certainly needs to come out at least this far. Oh, right. Sorry. Globaglob points out this is incorrect. Because we could just connect both of them down there, and that will also dispose of 2 circles. But in any event, this is always a 5. Oh, no, right, I can't because of Sudoku. Right, because both of those circles would need to be the same digit. That doesn't work. Okay, so the conclusion was correct. Okay. So, yeah, okay. All right, so one of these 2 is a 3. It was worth going over. It hadn't occurred to me. It was a thing I missed, so it was worth going over. But now I do know that these are that one of these is 1 for sure, one of them is 2 for sure, one of them is 3 for sure, and one of them is 4 for sure. Because I can't do any more sort of merging. Oh, this is just a 6 by Sudoku. People are pointing out. That is very wise. It's certainly not part of green. I mean, this is certainly part of one of the regions that's of size bigger than 6. Because a region can't contain a digit that's larger than its size, Jaleb. And this is a region of size 5, so it can't contain a 6. So this is, yeah, and I think this was clearly part of another region. But this region in particular needs to have size at least 8, so it's forced to take size at least 7, so it's forced to take all of these cells at a very minimum. And then maybe it has a little optionality on what it does from there. But that does help with this 6, because now this 6 has to take those 2 cells at least. And can't grow into those directions. Can't grow in that direction. I think if orange takes this cell, I think we have a problem. Which is that one of these 2 is green, so at most one of them is yellow, and so in order to get yellow to enough cells, this cell has to be yellow. So that's the elegant way to say that, I think, which is that one of these is green, so if yellow doesn't take this cell, yellow is at most of size 6, and yellow is bigger than that. So therefore, orange is 3. This is 1 or 2. Yellow is, in fact, of size 7. And purple is done, right? So these are 1, 2, or 4. For sure. I can draw that in. Oh, yeah, 5 in column 1 is just placed here. Good. 6 in box 6 is just placed here. Good. So this is part of the last big region because it's a 6. So it can be red. None of these can possibly get to that 3, so it's red. Oops. In fact, none of these can possibly get to that, so that's red too. All the 3s can be placed has been called. Yes, there's a 3 here. Sudoku logically, and so there's a 3 here Sudoku logically, and now we've got all the 3s. If this is a 4, it's going to contain a 5, which is not going to work, because there's a 5 in the row somewhere, so this is certainly not 4. Oh, by the way, that's a 3. I didn't actually place all... No, it's not. This is a 4. So that's not a 4 either. So this is a 4. So it can get a color. It can be blue. Blue, blue. And now this can only be a 1, Shemamino region, because it can't take the 3. And now the 4 region has to take the 3, because if it doesn't, it will contain a digit that's too big. So we can do that. And so these are, let's see, that is a 2. And this can only be a 1 because it needs to be at most 4. And now this is a 2. Let's see. Do I have a good color for you? Well, I have a color for you. How about that? So this is a 2, and that's a 1 by my region building you rules. So these are, let's see, let's just fill in the rest of the digits. So that is a 5, apparently, making that a 6. Making that a 4 and a 5 and a 4. Also, this whole area is red, just by the fact that it can't be anything else. And so I'm going to just make an arbitrary choice that I'm going to do it this way, because this way looks better than the other way. And we're going to call that good. So 2, 1, 3, 4, 2, 5, 4, 2, 1, 2, 6. MicroStudy thinks it looks better the other way. Okay, let's try it the other way. So we can vote. Do we want this, or do we want to go back and instead make it, this, where this is now green and this is now yellow? See, I liked the grid having a none snake region. Was why I liked the other one. But this one, you do get the sickle. Chat really likes the other way, or it seems like. Martin agrees with me. Martin liked the none snake hammerhead shark. I don't think red is a none snake. Red is a snake. It's just like, this is a perfectly valid snake. But the fact that this is a palindrome region is pretty cool. I do endorse that. It's a naughty snake. Yeah, it is a naughty snake, but green is also palindromic. That's true. Yeah, I hadn't really thought about the digits being part of the aesthetic, but I guess the digits are part of the aesthetic. Alrighty, well, I'm about to wrap up stream for now. However, there's more Sudoku action over on the SudokuCon Twitch stream after this, so I encourage you to go over there. Tristan can post a link in the chat if Tristan is watching. We have gotten to do a bunch of cool puzzles today. If you have enjoyed the stream, please take a moment to hit the like button. And if you want to support the stream, again, I really thank those of you who do. If you do want to support the stream financially, you can do that by clicking the join button down below, and you can support for as little as $5 a month. We really do greatly appreciate all of you who do that. I know I say that every time, but it's true. It really does mean a lot to us that we get to do this every week with all of you. So thank you so much. And then I like to also at the end read the names of the turbines, the people who donate at the top level. So those are David, Nordy, Franco, Daniel, Danita, and Nell. Thank you so much to all of you. And I look forward to seeing you all over at the SudokuCon stream. Tristan's announcement was just that the SudokuCon folks are streaming after this, including friend of the channel Tallcat, as well as Karen and James Sinclair, I believe. So a trio of awesome people. So if you want more Sudoku content, I encourage you to go over there and watch that. It should be a great deal of fun. But that's all from me for now. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. Bye for now.